All right, folks, we'll start in about 2 minutes, so if you could get settled, that would be great. It's impressive. My kids don't listen that well. Thank you for calming down. That was awesome. Awesome. Let me make sure we're on time because we got a minute left, folks. Just hang tight. We want to make sure folks joining online are able to hear what we're going to start with. All right, folks. Well, good morning and welcome. My name is Chris Winslow. I'm director for both Ohio State University's Stone Laboratory, but also the NOAA-funded Ohio Sea Grant program. I want to thank all of you for coming to what we believe is the 8th Understanding Harmful Algal Blooms State of the Science Conference. So thanks for coming out. Love to see the attendance. We're close to 200 here in person, and about 70 that have actually registered and are watching us online. Looking through the registration, I just wanted to give folks kind of a glimpse into who is sitting around the tables and who has joined us online. So for the state agencies, for Ohio, we have EPA, DNR, Ag, Health, and the Lake Erie Commission in the room. We have presence from Illinois, so the Water Resource Center from Illinois. New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection attending. Michigan has a presence in the Department of Environment, the Association of Conservation Districts, and the Department of Ag and Rural Development. Wisconsin DNR present. Folks from Vermont, the Department of Environmental Conservation, Missouri Department of Natural Resources, and even PA and the Susquehanna River Basin Commission. So just amazing attendance by our state agencies. Presence from our counterparts to the north, so our Canadian group, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and also the Clean Water Agency. And from the U.S. federally, we have NOAA, USGS, EPA, Region 5, the National Weather Service is in attendance. We have GLOS, the Great Lakes Commission, and USDA, both in an NRCS and ARS presence. So that's phenomenal. Also, the academic institutions continue to step up to the plate. Bowling Green State University, University of Heidelberg, U of M, Michigan Sea Grant is in the room, University of Toledo, University of Cincinnati, Akron, Wright State, Kent State, and Cleveland State. I know we have some elected officials that are going to pop in and pop out. I know that we're expecting David Wirt from Congressman Bob Latta's office, and then Senator Paula Hicks Hudson is also here in the back. Great, thank you very much. But I also wanted to give special recognition to the students and the teachers that are coming to this event. So if you could, I'd love to see students and teachers take a stand if you're around the table. Don't be shy. Doug Kane leading the charge. Look at that. Good. It's great to see this next generation show an interest in water quality for the state. Lastly, we definitely have representation from the agriculture groups, businesses, consulting firms, and many NGOs are in the room. To improve water quality for Lake Erie, and I would argue the Great Lakes, it's vital to have all of these groups sitting together in the same room. I also want to thank those that made this event possible. So number one, our speakers. So we have a bunch today, 9 different speakers that you will see today. I definitely want to thank the co-chairs. So Dr. Kristen Fussell, Aaron Monaco, Jill Gentis, Lily Nahar are all here from the Ohio Sea Grant Office. Kevin King played a role with the USDA ARS. Greg Labarge is here from OSU Extension, will also be presenting for us today. Shalise Simmons is at the front desk, and so she helps coordinate the whole meeting, but also want to thank the vendors that are along the edge here, and also for Joe with Vision that's doing the AV for us. So again, I think, again, 8th year, but it's great to have this band back together. It's good to see humans face-to-face. I know we did this face-to-face last year, but it's nice to have recovered at least this meeting from COVID. So little logistics and plans for today. So in the back of the room, you will see the constant beverages. The restrooms are also in the back, my left, back right if you're facing me. Again, as I mentioned, 9 speakers today. 4 will happen before lunch. Then we'll have a lunch break, and you'll have 5 speakers that come up after lunch. After each session, so the morning session before lunch, we'll have an end to take some 15 minutes for questions and some summary wrap-up. We've asked all the speakers to end a little early, so after each speaker, we'll have the ability to field a handful of questions, but then again at the end, we'll pull all the speakers up from that morning session and then the afternoon session to field some more questions. There are microphones in the room. Actually, it's just the one I'm seeing, 2 right in the middle of the room. So if you have questions, just please get up from your table and walk over to the microphones. As usual, we'll send around a post-conference survey, so you should get that via email. When you registered, you provided your email. We want to know if this is, again, should we have a 9th year? Is this format where we want it to be, with a virtual and in-person? We'll even ask for possible suggestions for topics for the next year round, so that we make sure we're delivering a product that is relevant and is current with your needs and what information you'd like to know. So with that, I'm actually going to bring up our first speaker, ask Julie Platts to come up. Julie is an Agricultural Conservation Innovation Associate with American Farmland Trust, or AFT. If you don't know of AFT, I encourage you to go to the website, but very much a strong advocate for voluntary conservation programs to not just only preserve the land, but to preserve our soil and water. Julie got her bachelor's in science from Otterbein University in Ohio here. She has a role in the Maumee River. She hosts a lot of farmer peer-to-peer meetings, so to get farmers talking about what's going on in the land and in the water. She's also the regional lead for the Great Lakes Protection Fund, what's called Navigator Network. And so this is where she advises, trains, and supports women farmers and landowners. And so that's what her talk is really going to focus on today. The title of that talk is Learning Circles for Women and Agriculture. So if you could join me in welcoming Julie to the stage.
Thanks, Chris. Hi again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Really excited to join this conference and talk about how agriculture is impacting water quality in our Great Lakes. So to start, American Farmland Trust is a national leading nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to saving land through protecting farmland, promoting environmentally sound farming practices, and keeping farmers on the land. Since 1980, AFT has helped to permanently protect more than 6.5 million acres of farmland and ranchland throughout the United States and supported adoption of conservation practices on millions more. AFT is broken out into regional and national initiatives, and our Women for the Land is a national initiative focusing on engaging women in peer-to-peer learning, conducting research, and promoting policy. While we know women have been in the agriculture space for decades, as producers, they're entering the space now in unprecedented numbers. However, there's still a long way to go as far as accessing resources available to them in conservation. So showing up to your NRCS office, showing up to your FSA office, and taking part. So they're not using the resources available to them. And that is where the Women for the Land initiative was born. We were born to address these challenges and to work through these 3 pillars here to engage women landowners and operators in the United States. So I'm going to jump into a brief video that does a great overview of our Women for the Land initiative, which it should start automatically. Maybe. Try again. Nope. Well, if it doesn't work, that's okay. Oh, now I'm frozen. All right, anyway, we'll skip it. So anyway, I encourage you to go to the Women for the Land website through AFT. You can go through AFT, search Women for the Land, and find all the information as well as the video that I was going to show you today. So as a national initiative, it really takes a diverse team to support the work that we're doing on the ground, serving farmers and landowners, and we've really grown in the last 2 years particularly. Gabrielle Roche McNally, our Women for the Land Program Director, Caitlin Joseph, our Deputy Director, and Nicole Gashiri, our Southeast Program Manager, have been leveraging AFT's National Women for the Land Initiative to ensure that women in agriculture have access to these resources, technical advice, and policy facilitators that they need to enter into this agriculture space, especially as it relates to our agri-food systems. Our regional staff, that would be myself, consultants and interns are also working across the country within this initiative. So what is Women for the Land's national footprint? So the dark green is where we've got 2 projects running. The light green is where we have a single project running, and then the outlines are where we have had projects in the past. Currently in Ohio, we actually do have 2 projects running, and we'll be adding a 3rd project in the Shallow Run River watershed in the next year. Our impact nationally, the Women for the Land Initiative began 3.5 years ago. We've done our best to track what came before us, track the interactions that came before us, but the data was limited. So we have really focused our efforts on collecting that data so that we can use this research to leverage not only funding, but as it relates to tracking the impact that we have on our water quality and our soil health in Ohio and in states across the country. So in 3.5 years, we've reached over 2,800 women, and we started to talk about what the qualitative data of this reach looks like. And we have women coming up to us saying, I'm playing the long game, I'm not giving up. I'm accessing community resources, I'm not giving up. And Women for the Land is what is connecting them to this network of resource professionals and technical experts who can help them to take these next steps forward. So why women, right? Well, over the past 3 decades, women have entered agriculture in unprecedented numbers. Women own farmland, are new farmers, and have become more involved in all aspects of agriculture. 43% of U.S. ag land is co-farmed by women, and now women and girls are outpacing in 4-H. So we're seeing that women are becoming the key decision makers, not only as it relates to conservation, but also the principal farming decisions. So what are these challenges? So another facet of the Women for the Land program is investment into ag census data research. So if you want, I can share these research links with you, or we've compiled this information. This is from data from 2019, 2020, 2015. So overall, the farm size of women is half of that of men. So if we compare the programs that are out there, it targets large ag, which is important and necessary and needed. But how can we also incorporate programming that targets small ag or specialty ag, which women are finding themselves in more and more? From 2015 to 2020, NRCS awarded just 16% of conservation practice incentive practices contracts to women, and only 2% of those went to BIPOC. Again, I can share this research with you all after this. But what does that look like? Well, we're not playing the blame game here. You know, there's lots of social research out there that talks about how women are less likely to negotiate. They're more likely to fear backlash. So are they the ones not taking the step forward? That's where we're coming in and trying to bring all of these people around the same table to address these disparities and hopefully figure out how we can create a space of equality at the table as it relates to taking advantage of conservation resources. Here are just some of the things that we've heard during the introductions to our learning circles. Women in our learning circles come from a vast array of experiences and barriers and cross-cultural contexts and across the United States. These quotes are from women during their first learning circle introductions. We hear versions of these over and over again. I've been doing learning circles for 2 years now in Ohio, and I've heard these over and over again, and I can tell you the most heart-wrenching one is, my husband's just died, I've taken over the farm, and I have no idea where to start. So when we were talking about implementing conservation practices on the farm and wanting farmland and ranchland to be protected and wanting to have good ag practices on the land, if we have landowners taking over the land who have no idea where to start, then we can pretty much guarantee that they are not involved in the decision making as it relates to the type of farming that's happening on their own land. So how can we access that group, and how can we make sure that they're supported in making sure that they are doing the practices that they need to be doing to protect our Great Lakes and our water quality here in Ohio? So now I'm going to give a brief history of learning circles. I've been using this term, but you might not know what it is. So at its heart, Women for the Land is a social change mechanism applied to ag. And the model we employ draws from centuries of community building practices developed in cultures around the globe. The use of a circle as an organizational model has been around about as long as the fire has. You know, you think about people sitting around a fire sharing stories. We talk about elders and communities sharing wisdom in wisdom circles. And what does that look like? The learning circle has been used to describe efforts with clear links to social change. Over time, across countries, civic organizations, social justice movements, neighborhood communities, trade unions, churches, they've used this idea of learning circles to empower their members to make decisions as a group and impact change. So we understand the mantra and use it at every learning circle that everyone in the room has something to teach and everyone in the room has something to learn. Regardless of your background, regardless of where you show up to that meeting that day, you have something to teach and you have something to learn. Here's just a brief look at what some of our learning circles have looked like in the last couple of years. The top one is from Virginia in April of 2022, and the bottom two photos are from California, where they had an in-person and then a virtual with the same group. And here are some additional photos. This is from Kentucky in 2022. So at this point, I'm sure you are all wondering, what the heck does this have to do with water quality in Ohio? Well, I'm going to tell you. Since November of 2021, we have had 19 different learning circles with 185 total participants. Our meetings have covered topics such as urban ag, soil health, beneficial insects, incorporating pollinator habitats, how to transition plan, how to conservation plan, how do I impact water quality by the practices that I'm doing on my farm, and how do I plan for that better. This education can lead to active on-farm changes to practices, which in turn can impact overall what we're doing to the water and soil in Ohio. So these circles have served as a mechanism of education and networking between resource professionals and landowners of all sizes in Ohio. 2,670 acres have been owned by those who are registering for our events. This is, again, in the last 2 years. So that's a total number of acres that could be impacted just from people coming to these meetings. Here's some photos from the Ohio Learning Circles. These have happened in Dayton, Marion, Delaware. So, we have had Learning Circle registrants from 24 of the 43 Huck 8 watersheds in Ohio. And this is data that I collect when people sign up for my Learning Circles. Now, I will say that the funding for our Learning Circles has been through the Upper Scioto River watershed, the Upper Maumee River watershed. We had a small subset of funding for planning activities in any watershed that drained into the Gulf of Mexico. But as you can see, our reach has been far greater than just where we were funded. And I advertise my Learning Circles through AFT's networks, but we've really found that word of mouth is what gets people to show up to our meetings. And in 2024, we'll have additional events hyper-focused in the Shallow Run watershed in Hardin County. So when we talk about conservation, education, and change, so I want to draw your eyes back to the evaluation number. Approximately 93% of Learning Circle participants reported a likelihood to take action after attending these learning circles. People come into these meetings with their preconceived ideas around the topics we cover. These attitudes and subjective norms are what we aim to change or challenge through our education, or further support if they show up and they're on the same page. Our goal is to measure an individual's intention to make a change based on the new information or further support of their current beliefs from the education that they receive at our meetings. We aim to see behavior change, such as an implementation of soil health best management practices, which in turn can lead to overall impacts on water quality. So, change. If we consider this 93% in 2020, as it relates to the 185 total participants in Ohio from the last 2 years, then we would have 172 landowners in Ohio taking actions directly related to the education they have received from these meetings. And furthermore, we're creating a network of landowners and resource professionals who can continue to provide support throughout the decision-making process and hopefully work to improve the conditions of water within our state. So if we look at this, 172 landowners taking action, and this is from the last 2 years. In 2 more years, we would have 344 landowners in Ohio, again, making decisions and taking actions directly related to the education that they have received at these meetings as it relates to water quality, soil health, on-farm best management practices, keeping their farmland, protecting it, passing it on, and knowing that the decisions that they have made today are what is going to impact Ohio and our water quality in the future. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Please, questions for the mic.
Good morning, Julie. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to know and kind of look into the idea of if we're encouraging more folks to seek out conservation programs, what, if any, work have you been doing with NRCS to kind of try to figure out how to make sure that those folks who are applying for these programs can get contracts? Just, you know, given that there's such competition for the money, and one of the most discouraging things you can go through if you're just beginning is to try to get a contract or to try to engage in a program and then to be told, oh no, sorry, you didn't make this round of funding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. And we do experience that. But one of the ways that we have been working to really just make sure these landowners feel supported is anytime I'm approaching a new area to host learning circles, I call the local soil and water conservation district. I call all the local government agencies in the area, and I invite them to come and have a seat at this table, because then the landowner can experience, even if I haven't gotten funding this time, these people care and they're showing up and I can ask them questions in person. So we really work to make sure that they feel supported and continue to network with other individuals who have attended the meetings, specifically if they're not landowners, if they are resource professionals as well. Thank you again for the question.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was wondering, you made a comment about it seems like there might be a gap between the federal and the state in terms of support. Can you talk a little bit about what's needed from, say, your state legislatures to try to fill that gap to deal with this issue of conservation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think that that is a big conversation that's happening not just in our state. I'm privileged to do a lot of work in multiple states, and there seems to be a lot of conversation as it relates to the federal and the state level and what's happening. So I would say first and foremost, I always encourage my landowners to take advantage of their state resources, because there is that opportunity to have a more local connection. But I know that individuals in the NRCS office are working really hard to engage on all levels. And so I'm not entirely sure where we can continue to bridge that gap, but I would say just continuing to have the conversations and have all of the faces and all of the bodies actually sitting around the table when we're having these decisions made and these conversations around conservation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thanks, Julie. I'm kind of curious more about the practicalities of the circles themselves.
Yeah.
And so if you could expand a little bit on the importance of kind of higher level facilitation versus free form, how long they last, and I guess just a little bit more about the circles themselves.
Definitely. Thank you for your question. So I have been trained as a facilitator. I did take a facilitation course, and then we have a facilitation training within American Farmland Trust as well before we host these circles ourselves. So I've been supported through my organization to kind of become an active facilitator. So we do have facilitators at the meeting. Sometimes we have co-facilitators, depending on how many. But I would say logistically for the learning circles, I usually try to keep it between 20 and like max 25. So they really are smaller meetings, and we spend a lot of the time actually focused on just introducing ourselves, whatever that looks like. So we take the time to get to know each other before we dig into the technical content. So if I'm looking at having a meeting that's a half a day, probably the first hour to 2 hours of that meeting is just introduction. And we go around the circle, and I usually have a set question. You know, what brought you to this meeting today? What's your connection to agriculture? Why does it matter to you about the water quality on your farm? Why does it matter to you that your farm stays in your family or that it never gets developed? And that really leads to deep conversation and connection between the people at these meetings. And I think that it is truly the mechanism for creating networks and friendships that will last a really long time, and also trust, right? So if we're going to sit here and talk about ourselves and our farm and what it means to us, and anyone who's in farming will know it's emotional, right? Farming is not just a business. I don't care what anybody says, right? It's emotional. You're attached to your farm, you're attached to that land, and it matters to you. So if you're, as a resource professional, able to sit there and listen to them and then address the technical content, right, as it relates to what it means to that person, that is more what the learning circle is about than just disseminating information as quickly as possible. So, and I'll be happy to talk, I'll be happy to talk with you more about what an agenda looks like, or what that day would look like if you would like. I have cards with me. Thank you for the question.
Any others? Still have a little bit of time. If we have another question, if not, we'll move on. Great. Could join me and thank you, Julie.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving on. It's my pleasure to bring up Dr. Jay Martin to the stage. Jay is a distinguished professor within the Food, Ag, and Biological Engineering Department within OSU. Bachelor's from Purdue, master's from University of Florida, PhD from LSU. Sorry they lost this past weekend. It's heartbreaking. He is also a faculty co-lead with OSU's Sustainability Institute. Three grants that I want to highlight that I find really relevant to this group here. I'm not going to dive into them in too much detail because Jay's talk will mention these, but an $18 million USDA NRCS pilot project. Again, he'll reference that work here in his presentation. Also a $5 million USDA NIFA grant or project, and that's also what he'll talk about today, really a great public-private partnership working in, again, nutrient runoff and water quality space, but also doing work in green infrastructure. So he's got funding to do green infrastructure work, specifically in Columbus, but to look at the relationship between waters, communities, and public health. So really interesting stuff that Jay gets to lead. The title for Jay's talk is Reducing Runoff from Old Phosphorus Fields in Progress on the Pilot Watershed Project. So again, that's that $18 million USDA project. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Jay Martin.
Good morning. It's wonderful to see so many familiar and new faces in the room, and I'm sure there's others online, so thank you for attending the conference today. I'm going to spend most of my time talking about reducing runoff from old phosphorus or legacy phosphorus fields, and then like Chris said, I'm going to cap things off with a brief update about the Pilot Watershed Project. So I'm sure that most people in the room are pretty familiar with the phosphorus reduction targets that were established for Lake Erie almost a decade ago now. A couple of things I want to point out is that these are largely 40% reductions we're talking about here. And then another number I'll refer back to is the 0.05 milligram per liter concentration goal for dissolved reactive phosphorus, which is the most available form of phosphorus and really drives the algal blooms that we're focused on reducing. So with these goals in mind, our group at OSU has been focused on a goal for our research, and that goal has been to identify sites and management practices where the greatest reductions in phosphorus can be realized. And we're doing this to accelerate our gains in water quality, and ideally we'd like to do this while supporting ag production. And so this has been a goal that's been driving us for a while. And so how have we been able to find some of these fields and management practices? That's what I'd like to talk about now. And we've known a couple things for quite a few years, and one of those things that's guided us has been that we know that there's a strong relationship between soil phosphorus levels and discharge losses from agricultural fields. So as this graph shows from Kevin King that was gathered from fields in Northwest Ohio, when we move to the right-hand side of that graph and we get higher soil phosphorus concentrations, we have higher loads or higher amounts of phosphorus runoff coming from those fields. And especially when we move past that 100 milligrams per kilogram, you can see the circled area there, we get larger phosphorus loads. And so we've known this for a while. The other thing that we've known recently is that a number of these fields do exist in Northwest Ohio. So this is work from Libby Dayton done at OSU a few years ago. And it shows that depending on what county you're in Northwest Ohio, between 0 and 5% or between 10 and 15% of the results from soil tests are above 100 milligrams per kilogram. So they're above that threshold where we tend to see greater amounts of runoff. So we know that these fields exist, but it's been hard to find these fields. We know that we're in this room to talk about water quality in agriculture, but we also know this is a contentious issue right now. And so not many farmers that have these fields are interested to hold their hand up and say, hey, I got the hot spot, come check it out. So there's been a bit of a barrier there. So how have we been able to get across that barrier? As Chris said, we did this by forming a public-private partnership. And so we did this by working with nutrient service providers, otherwise known as ag retailers. So between our research group and the farmers, there was a privacy barrier there, if you will, and by working through the ag retailers, we were able to cross this. The ag retailers work with farmers, are trusted by farmers, they know where a lot of these fields are, and they could approach their clients and they could say, well, there's a group out of Ohio State, they'll pay for the research, they'll protect your anonymity, they'll protect the confidentiality of your data. Would you like to work with them? And we know this group and we trust them. And so by forming this partnership, we were able to identify 11 fields that we're working on. So before going further, I want to give a special thanks to the agriculture retailers we're working with, Nestor Agriculture, Farmers Elevator, and Nutrient Ag Solutions. And also a special shout out to the Nature Conservancy and Ohio Agribusiness Association, who were there right at the foundation of this public-private partnership and really helped us link up with the ag retailers. So once we got the partnership formed, we had a few objectives, and one of those objectives was to quantify the loads from these legacy phosphorus fields. See how much phosphorus is actually coming off these fields. Do we get the greater loads that we think we're going to get? Secondly, we wanted to compare the loads from the legacy fields to the loads from agronomic fields. And here we had a collaborator on this project, Dr. Kevin King and his group from USDA ARS. We had 11 legacy phosphorus fields. They had 13 agronomic fields that allowed us to make that comparison. And then our last goal was to see, do we get a bigger bang from the buck if we can find these legacy phosphorus fields and get management to them like we think we can? Do we get the greater phosphorus reductions by finding fields that are losing higher amounts of phosphorus? And so I'm going to show you results from those objectives today. And I also want to thank USDA and the United States Army Corps of Engineers for funding this project. So before I get into the results, I want to define what I mean by legacy phosphorus fields. There's a lot of terminology used for this. In the title, I used old phosphorus fields. On this slide, I have high phosphorus, legacy phosphorus. So I'm trying purposely to confuse you. But what do I mean for this research? What we have defined as legacy phosphorus fields are fields that have one zone of soil phosphorus that's above 100 parts per million or 100 milligrams per kilogram. Okay, so that's how we defined it. You could define it different ways, but for this project, that's how we define the fields that we're working on. And the other point I want to make on this slide is that we often talk about legacy phosphorus fields, and I think it's more appropriate to call these legacy phosphorus zones. So most of the fields that we worked on are what you see on the bottom half of this image here, where you see just one zone in that field, that middle zone, the blue zone, where it's above 100. Very rarely, the fields that we found, do we see the average of that whole field above 100 parts per million like you see on the top of the slide. In fact, that was only about 2% of the fields we found. So when we talk about legacy phosphorus fields or old phosphorus fields, it's probably more accurate to say legacy phosphorus zones within a field. So now that we got that straight, let's look at some results here. So the first question was, do we get greater runoff from these legacy phosphorus fields? And overall, yes. The answer is yes to that. So what you see on this slide here are the top two graphs are the annual loads coming off 9 of the fields that we are working on. The bottom two graphs are the loads coming from March through July, which is that spring period we're often more concerned about when we talk about algal blooms. On the left-hand side is total phosphorus. On the right-hand side is dissolved reactive phosphorus. So when we look at an annual level, 6 of our 9 sites have total phosphorus or dissolved reactive phosphorus that are above that watershed goal that I showed you early on. The watershed goal is shown here with the green dashed line. So the majority of sites are above that. If we look on the bottom, March through July, 6 of 9 of the total phosphorus readings are above that, and then 7 of 9 of the dissolved reactive phosphorus are above that for the March through July period. So the majority of these legacy phosphorus fields have relatively high phosphorus runoff like we expected. But not all of them do. So there's 3 that don't on top, there's at least 2 or 3 on the bottom that don't. So that led us to think, okay, how can we find legacy phosphorus fields that have high phosphorus runoff? How can we better target these fields besides just identifying them based on soil test phosphorus? And one of the variables we're starting to look at that looks very promising is the soil texture of these fields, and especially the percent silt. So if you look at the graph here, it's a little busy, but if you look at those rainbow lines coming up generally from the bottom, that's the percent silt that we find on the fields. And as that percent silt increases and you hold your soil test phosphorus constant, we get higher concentrations of DRP coming off those fields. And what's really impressive to us is that we had a very small number of fields, 11 number of fields, but we got a very high R squared value in this relationship here. So with that small number of fields, we got a surprisingly high correlation. So we think there's something here. And so the potential outcome of this is that we could target fields not only just by looking at their soil test phosphorus levels, but also by looking at the percent silt and have more confidence that we're going to find fields that have higher amounts of phosphorus runoff. And the other question I told you we were interested in is, do we get greater loads from these legacy phosphorus fields compared to agronomic fields? Okay, so the first thing we did here is we took the fields from Kevin King's group. There were 13 fields, and they are on the left-hand side of this dashed line here. So that dashed line is the division between agronomic fields and legacy phosphorus fields. So the fields from the ARS group are on the left-hand side. The legacy phosphorus fields are on the right-hand side of that graph. So this graph looks pretty similar to what I showed you before, and it shows a strong correlation between soil test phosphorus and dissolved reactive phosphorus. As the soil test phosphorus levels increase, we expect the dissolved reactive phosphorus runoff or concentration to increase. But when we actually put these two groups, make 2 groups of these and do a t-test, we did not find a statistically significant difference here. So those of you who know statistics know that the holy grail, the gold standard for statistics is to have a 0.05 value. We have a 0.08, so we're on the threshold of significance, but we're not quite getting there. This wasn't that surprising to us, actually, because there's so much variation in the data there. If we go back, you can see the scatter of those plots, both the agronomic and the legacy phosphorus fields. The agronomic fields are getting fertilizer put on those at least every couple of years, so there's higher runoff that comes from them at times. The legacy phosphorus fields we're working on, some of them only have 1 or 2 zones that have legacy phosphorus, so they could have lower amounts. So getting that non-significant result wasn't that surprising to us, and we're close to getting significant there. So we do see a strong correlation, but when we look at the differences between those two groups, we're not getting that statistically significant result. So the next thing, the big question that we wanted to look at was, what happens when we put management on these sites? Do we get the bigger bang for the buck that we're hoping for? So right now we're testing 3 management practices adjacent to legacy phosphorus fields. Those are phosphorus removal structures or phosphorus filters, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. We're also testing wetlands and drainage water management. We don't have enough data from that yet to have robust results to share with you yet. But we do have good data from phosphorus removal structures. We have 2 years of data from January 2021 to December 2022 that includes roughly 60 rain events. The 2 I'm going to talk about, Site B, the media for those P filters, there's 2 of them in series, are pea gravel and iron filing mix, and the media for the second P filter is Alcan 434. Alcan 434 is an engineered material that looks kind of like sand. You can get a little feel for it by looking at the top right there. So how do these phosphorus filters do? You can see here that on the left-hand side is the inflow and the outflow. On the right-hand side, I'll highlight the percent reductions we have. So from Site B, we have 38%. From Site I, we have 49%. And you can remember back to the first slide, the target that we're looking for all of the Lake Erie Basin is a 40% reduction. So we're either right at that level or above it for Site I. The other thing I want to point out is if you look at the, if you look at the bottom of this, look at the inflow concentrations. For Site B, we have a 0.28 concentration. Remember, the goal for Lake Erie DRP was 0.05. So Site B is about 6 times that. Site I is about 20 times that. It has above 1 milligram per liter. And look at the outflow concentrations. We're getting pretty significant reductions. We're cutting that in half or much greater than half at Site I. So overall, if we can get management to these legacy phosphorus fields, we can get really large reductions and get the bigger bang for the buck for these management practices. What are we doing now with these sites? We're evaluating individual storm events. We think that by looking at that, we're going to be able to improve our designs and hopefully be able to increase these percent reductions even further. We're also tracking the performance of these devices over time. So what I've shown you is 2 years of data. We've designed these 2 structures to last either 4 or 10 years. These are more expensive, so it's really important to see how these work when we look at not just years 1 and 2, but years 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so we're going to keep looking at these for years in the future, and it's not only important what's happening in the first 2 years, but what happens in latter years. So takeaways from old phosphorus or legacy phosphorus fields. The DRP loads are correlated to soil phosphorus levels. So as we get higher soil phosphorus levels, we should get higher DRP loads coming off the fields in general. But we did not get a statistically significant difference when we compared legacy phosphorus fields to agronomic fields. The other point is that the majority of legacy phosphorus fields do have high levels of phosphorus runoff that exceeded Lake Erie targets, but not all of them do. Okay, and that leads into the second bullet point here, so how can we better target these fields beyond just soil test phosphorus? And there we really think that soil texture, especially the percent silt, is going to be helpful to identify legacy phosphorus fields with higher amounts of runoff. And I also want to point out that phosphorus filters can reduce dissolved reactive phosphorus at sites with high P loading. We can get that bigger bang for the buck. There's very few conservation practices that are effective at reducing DRP, but phosphorus filters can do that. And right now, we're also evaluating wetlands and drainage water management. And the last point I want to make about old phosphorus fields is the importance of forming partnerships, building a community to go after projects like this and really move the ball forward and finding that sweet spot between water quality and ag production. And in this case, it was really critical to work with ag retailers to find these fields and find farmers that we could work with. So at the end here, I am going to switch gears a little bit and just give a brief update about the pilot watershed project. I think a number of people in the room are familiar with this, maybe too familiar with it, but for those of you who aren't familiar with it, I'll give you a brief intro here. So the main idea here is to heavily invest in practices, monitoring, and outreach in a Huck 12 sub-watershed. And so for this project, we're focused on 5,800 acres in Hardin County. It's in the Shallow Run watershed. This is the watershed that Julie spoke of earlier, where we're supporting one of the women's learning circles. And the goal here is to demonstrate the ability of increased adoption of practices to increase water quality and meet that 40% reduction. So despite the great work that's happening within Northwest Ohio, we still do not have a definitive link between increased practices and water quality improvements at a watershed scale, and that's really the whole goal of this project. And then with the results from this project, we want to extrapolate and apply these results to the watershed next door or watersheds throughout the Great Lakes or even beyond that. Collaboration is obviously critical for such a large project like this. You can see some of the important partners listed at the top of this slide. Special thanks to USDA NRCS for funding the bulk of this project. I also want to highlight funding from the state of Ohio, H2 Ohio, and Ohio Department of Agriculture. They're also very important partners and funders. This project has officially started in February 2023, and it is a 5-year project. What I'd like to focus on today, and we're at a really great point for this project, is that we're finally at the point where farmers can complete contracts and adopt practices this fall. So, whoops, didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. I want to do this. Oh, yeah. So right now we're at the point where this summer and fall, we will have contracts we'll be eligible for farmers to complete, and this fall we'll be really excited to get the first practices implemented. Leading up to this point in time, we began this spring with farmer meetings, and these were largely supported by agriculture retailers, so we had the opportunity to introduce the project to farmers and talk about practices. We had a kickoff meeting in July of this year. And then in August of this year, we had an important addition to the team. We were able to hire a new technician who's going to work in Hardin Soil and Water Conservation District. And I'm very happy to announce that that individual is Doug Deerdorf. Many of you know Doug. He recently completed a several-decade career in NRCS, retired from that. After his retirement, really happy to have him on our team now. And he's going to be the interface within Hardin County, working hand in hand with farmers to complete contracts and facilitate this project moving forward. So we're at a really critical point now where we can finally have practices that hit the field from this project. I also want to highlight the many partners for this project. I don't have time to name them all, but they're all very important. This project wouldn't be happening without any of them. As project director, it's my job to keep them all happy and keep them all moving forward, and I relish that position. So with that, I'll give a special thanks to some of the team I get to work with at Ohio State and beyond that. Thanks to our 3 main funders, USDA, Corps of Engineers, and USDA NRCS. And with that, I will be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Morning, Jay. Angelica Vasquez from Bowling Green State University. I have 2 questions for you, Jay. So you mentioned that these are the legacy zones within the fields. So are among the 11 fields that you have, what about their current best management practices, and are those affecting the export of pea?
That's an excellent question. So the practices do range pretty widely what we see. So some of the fields have no-till, some have conventional tillage, and so there's not, we couldn't really control for that. It was hard to find legacy phosphorus fields to start with, and then we also had to find fields that were hydrologically isolated that we could monitor, that weren't influenced by a field next door. So we couldn't control for additional practices. So the answer is I don't know. So I'm sorry. We have talked about that among our groups and tried to think about controlling for tillage and different practices like that, but we just don't have the right mix of fields to do that.
Thank you. And then the next question is, you mentioned that as the percentage of silt increases, there's more phosphate that it's being sequestered in the field. So do you have any data regarding the specific minerals? Because I'm wondering what minerals are dominating and if they are responsible for sequestering peat so strongly.
Yeah, so just to maybe clarify, so the higher percentage of silt we see greater concentrations of DRP in the runoff. So it's not really the sequestering, but as the percent silt goes up, we see higher DRP in the runoff.
Okay.
We do have some data on minerals in the soil beyond kind of agronomic levels. We haven't found any strong correlations there. We did look for correlations between iron levels and things like that. We just didn't see them. The strongest correlation that we found was actually with silt. And so is it silt, or is silt some kind of surrogate for another characteristic of the soil? I don't know the answer to that. But it is a very strong relationship we see, so we think there's something there.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, Angelica.
Sandy Ben, Lake Erie Waterkeeper. Interesting data, thank you. My question is on shallow run, and I just want to verify that in the 5,800 acres, there is no active CAFO located in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm wondering if you would be willing to ask NRCS USDA to add an area with an active CAFO to address many of the questions many of us have.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. So to select shallow run, we looked throughout several watersheds across Northwest Ohio that had historical data. So we had to have a watershed that had 5 years of data so that we had a historical data so we could go in and make changes and compare that to. So that narrowed it down pretty quickly. And then we looked at factors like the supportiveness of the ag community, supportiveness of SWCDs, the size of the watershed. Could we have a controlled watershed? If we had the ideal project, we would have chosen a watershed that had maybe a bigger presence of livestock. But when we looked at all those criteria, shallow run was the best choice we made. So it wasn't that we were trying to exclude a CAFO, but shallow run, because of those different factors, was the best choice for us to make at the time.
I guess then I would just ask if you can find another area that would, even if that has criteria that would fit, that would somehow allow that to happen, so we can get some of our questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jay. First question kind of relates to the watershed project, and that is, I don't think you mentioned Potato Run very much as comparison watershed, so you might want to talk about that characteristic.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question, Greg. I did kind of give a broad overview of the project. So in addition to having the focus on shallow run, we also have a controlled watershed, Potato Run, which is just to the northeast of shallow run. It's about the same size. And what's important there is that in Potato Run, we won't be offering the incentives or pushing the practices as much. So we don't think we'll probably have the same level of adoption of practices like subsurface placement of phosphorus. And so that will allow us to have a control. So if we do have a very wet year, let's say, and we actually see an increase of phosphorus coming off a shallow run, we should also see an increase of phosphorus coming off a Potato Run, and that would give us an indication that it's not really due to the practices in shallow run, it's due more towards the overall climatic influence that we saw. So the Potato Run is the control that we're having, and it does offer an important control and helps us evaluate what's happening in Potato Run, or in Shallow Run.
Yeah. And then the original question I came up to ask was related to the P filters and what the cost of those are, and how that practice, we need to put it in the right place because of the expense.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I do have a table here that I didn't have enough time to show, but I'll bring it up. So one of the important costs of the P filters is the media, and you can see for the 2 filters we looked at here, the media ranged from almost $5,000 to $1,700 for the iron filings. The other big cost of materials was those concrete tanks, so you might have seen in the picture. The dollar value we use for materials for these is probably $8,000 to $10,000 a piece. So they are pretty costly, especially if you add in costs for design and things like that on top of that. So these aren't something that you're going to use next to every field, but if you can find fields with high amounts of phosphorus runoff like we demonstrated here, I think that they're a worthwhile use of the investment. We are doing some economic studies to try to get some better numbers on that, so it's not just my opinion, but they are something that they're one of the only management practices that focuses on DRP, and that can give you this big of bang for the buck when you can find fields that have those high DRP concentrations coming off of them. Thanks, Greg, wherever you went to.
Yeah,
Ed.
hi, Jay.
Hi, Ed.
Two really interesting parts to your presentation. I think that targeting part was really unique, and I think trying to identify those, and then this treatment side opens up a whole nother sort of scaling can of worms. I was a little surprised that I'd say the low DRP removal, and maybe I'm just considering higher costs like alum treatment, or once you've constructed a site, I think you're trying to remove as much as you can. So I'm just curious about the trajectory of these 2 different sites and where you think the largest investment is needed. Do we have enough sites identified to get started on that optimization side, or do we need to still work on this identification?
I think the whole thing, I think we've developed a template that can be successful, but I think it can be improved in a lot of ways. One of the hardest things is doing the people work to identify the sites and identify farmers that have the sites, want to work with you. There's a lot of effort there, so don't underappreciate that, I would say, is one thing. Then regarding the filters themselves, I think there's a lot to learn there. So those of you who've been aware of this for a while know that for a while these filters had a reputation for clogging. Not a reputation, they did clog. That was a big problem with them. So we have moved beyond that. With the iron filings I have here, one of the key parts of that, there's a lot of porosity in the iron filings. And so you want the water to flow through there. You don't want to capture the solids. You want the DRP to sorb onto this media. So what we found is we want media with more porosity. The Alcan itself, I don't know if you noticed that, but there was quite a few events where we had overflow. When we had a large storm event in the Alcan, we had bypass, so not all the water could go through the filter. So the Alcan didn't have enough porosity. It was more like sand. So what we're finding is the right mix, the right type of material is really vital there. So I think there's more things to learn there. And then the sizing of them, based on the size of the field, the amount of water you want to flow through there, the residence time, those are all key variables. So I think we've learned a lot, and we've really turned a corner to move past the clogging issue. And now it's an issue of what's the best media, how much do we want to spend on the media. Those are some questions that we're grappling with now. I hope that kind of answered your question.
Hi Jay, Vinayak Shirikar, The Ohio State University. Coming back to the discussion on the silt content and the dissolved phosphorus concentrations, and I'm sure you can relate to this, we are university researchers, we really like to chew on these topics before we can come to a conclusion. I was just wondering, if I was to consider this as a takeaway message, how would you rate this observation in terms of causation versus correlation, and how far do you think we need to explore this before we can conclusively draw a causative relationship between the silt content and higher dissolved phosphorus concentrations?
Thanks, Vinayak. Great question. I don't 100% know the answer, but I would say that right now it's much more of a correlation than a causation. I don't know if it's the silt itself that's causing it, or if it's something that's related to the silt that's leading to those higher concentrations of DRP coming off those fields. I do think we need to gather more data from legacy phosphorus fields and see if this correlation bears out. Right now we're looking at 11 fields. That's a pretty small sample size. But despite that, we have a really high R-squared, so it's a pretty strong correlation. So we feel like there's something there, and we want to investigate it further. And we definitely, I think we need more variables to identify fields that have high runoff. So just using soil test phosphorus, I don't think works, because the data we have shows that if you just use soil test phosphorus, you're going to get 2/3 of your fields are going to have high runoff, maybe 7 out of 9. If you can add in some other variables there, like the soil texture and silt, you can increase your odds of finding those fields and getting management to the right sites. Thanks.
Thanks, Jay. If we can all join me in thanking Jay.
Excuse me, I have a question.
You have a question? We have one more. Jay, you want to work back up here? We need our exercise. Let's go.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for this wonderful presentation. Hello, I'm Saurabh, a graduate student from Bowling Green State University. I'm curious to know, are farmers aware of the high phosphorus load in their field? And if they are aware of this, how excited are they to adopt best management practices to reduce their runoff? Are there any findings for this, and what are the challenges?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say in general, farmers are aware of their soil test phosphorus levels. There's probably some that are less aware than others, but I think most of them are aware. The ones we work with are aware, and to the point where they don't apply phosphorus on their fields anymore because they know they have a high enough level in there. How excited or willing are farmers to adopt best management practices for these sites? The ones that we were working with were readily wanting to do that. But we did identify farmers that ag retailers kind of directed us to as probably being likely to do that. So I can't really speak of the larger community of farmers, other farmers that have these fields, as to how excited or willing they would be. I think some of the key criteria that would need to be part of a program to excite farmers would be to protect their confidentiality, to keep the data confidential as well, and then to stay out of their way farming. And we've been able to do all of those. So the practices that we're doing are edge of field, so farmers can continue their agronomic operations. And that's really what you want to have happen on these fields. Greg's going to give a talk in a second about drawdown, but the phosphorus levels are very slow to draw down. But the best thing to do is to keep farming them and remove some of that phosphorus via corn or soybeans over time, but at the same time limit what's coming off and going in the stream with the edge of field practice. Thanks.
Jay does that all the time, has a second question so that he gets a second round of applause. So, and I must apologize, a tremendous oversight that I can't apologize enough for. Sea Grant and the meeting organizers always start with a land acknowledgement, and I must have scrolled down through my notes too quickly, so I must apologize that this is coming later than at the beginning. But I would like to acknowledge that the land and waters of the Western Lake Erie Basin are the ancestral and contemporary territories of the Anishinaabe, Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi, the Erie, Haudenosaunee, Mississauga, Kaskaskia, Miami, Peoria, Kickapoo, Fox, Caldwell, and other indigenous people. And I want to honor the resiliency of these tribal nations and recognize the historical context that has and continues to affect indigenous people of this land. Acknowledging this history does not change the past, but a thorough understanding of its ongoing unjust consequences can empower us to create a more just future. So again, I cannot apologize enough. That should have started our meeting today. I will also say my scrolling fingers are not as good as my children. I did not also recognize the amazing sponsors for today's event. So again, I apologize for that. The logos were flashing in front of you before the meeting started, but we would not be able to join together like this today, especially for students to join at a reduced rate if we did not have our sponsors. So at the Maumee level, I just want to recognize the Joyce Foundation, the Lake Erie Foundation, Fred and Barbara Erb Foundation, Family Foundation, the Ohio State College of Food, Agricultural, and Environmental Sciences. At the Auglaize level, the National Wildlife Federation, the Great Lakes Commission, the Nature Conservancy, and at the Blanchard level, the Ohio Soybean Council, Ohio Dairy Producers Association, American Dairy Association Mideast, Ohio Farm Bureau Federation, Ohio Corn and Wheat, and Limnotech. Some of our sponsors do have booths over here on my left, your right. But again, I can't apologize enough for forgetting to mention the sponsors. I will revisit again later in the day, but also the land acknowledgement. It is now my pleasure to introduce, as Jay already did, Greg Labarge to the stage. So Greg is going to present for us. Greg is a familiar face in these meetings. He's a field specialist, agronomist systems with OSU University's Extension. Bachelor's and master's from both the University of Missouri in agronomy. He spends a lot of his time focusing on nutrients, water quality impacts, from row crop production systems. And as you all know, most specifically nitrogen and phosphorus management. And I love that Greg works directly with our producers and the associated supporting industries. Jay alluded to the talk, you're gonna hear it now. Greg's gonna talk about drawdown of soil phosphorus levels across Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan. So please join me in welcoming Greg.
All right, the password, exclamation point, capital S, lowercase t, R-A-N, 4645, exclamation point. Want me to read it again? Okay, exclamation point, capital S, lowercase t, R-A-N, 4645, exclamation point. That's the name of the network?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Bob. ST Guest Network. Sorry, Greg. Your mind. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Just checking the audience, see if there's any other pressing issues and burning questions that we need to answer here before I get started. Appreciate the opportunity. Good to see all of you here today, and appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about agronomics here in the state of Ohio related to nutrient management. What I want to really talk about today is our trends in crop production and nutrient use position to lower soil test P. Reality is that the only reason we apply nutrients is because in agriculture we remove the product from the field. We take off grain, we take off forage. With that, we remove a certain amount of phosphorus. Over time, we'll deplete the soil system, and with that then, we'll reduce production if we don't increase or add to the amount of nutrient that's in the soil and available to the crop. So this question of are we affecting soil test is really a production question and an application question together. So we'll look at some of the information and trends that are there in both of those areas. What do some of the long-term studies show us about soil test phosphorus and how it changes over time and how quickly it changes is another thing that we'll answer through here, this presentation here today. And then Indiana and Michigan, I don't spend much time looking at those two states, but I found a little bit of data so I could fulfill the title that was given to me here. But we'll talk a little bit about how those states, and because they share this watershed that we talk about with us, how those states are maybe trending in relationship to nutrient management. So to get started, I didn't know what Jay was going to cover. I thought maybe he would cover the issue of soil test phosphorus and its relationship to water quality. This is a similar data set from Kevin King. Will Osterholz had put this together as a graphic. Maybe simplifies the data that Jay was showing earlier. You can see the trend line there of how as soil test increases that we see an increasing amount of loss of DRP at the edge of field. And when we get those really high soil test levels, we do see that really higher loss in those fields. And there's a number of data sets out there that look at soil tests in the same way, and they all show that inflection point. There's a point out there as far as soil test is concerned where it gets high enough that we see an increasing loss at the edge of field. For this graphic, I think it's around 220, 225. Once again, this would be all Northwest Ohio data from Kevin King's data set of all the edge of field studies here in the state of Ohio. Some other studies show that inflection point happens somewhere maybe between 150 parts per million up to about 200 parts per million. So somewhere in that range, we see that increasing amount of loss at edge of field. And so monitoring soil test levels is really a valuable lesson for us in trying to understand this water quality issue. Jay showed this to you, so I don't have to spend much time here either, but it is the ideal that while soil test is very important to loss, soil test is not the only thing that we need to be looking at in relationship to loss. Soil texture, as Jay was pointing out, hydrology, some of those other factors in a field really will affect what the ultimate loss is and where we can best put that conservation dollar to effect in an individual field. So it does become really looking at these fields at an individual basis in order to try and address this problem. And when you think about the vast area of Northwest Ohio, it's one of our challenges in trying to address the water quality issue based off of phosphorus and management within fields. Maybe just a quick, if you're interested in this topic of soil test effects, we do have a fact sheet that's online, and the graphics that you were just seeing came from that fact sheet. I'm going to focus in, I've been working with data here in the state of Ohio looking at fertilizer and manure nutrient use. I've been looking at it from the entire state, and this is what the state looks like with the way NASS, National Ag Statistics, divides up the state is that we have 9 different crop reporting districts. So they are represented by the colors. Over top of that, we can see that we can relate some of this data back to watersheds and what's going on in a watershed. And we're going to focus today on some data that is coming from the Western Lake Erie Basin. It is the 10 counties or 11 counties that make up Crop Reporting District 10, and that area of the state really encompasses the Maumee watershed. So it really is that critical area. This will give us a feel for what's going on in relationship to nutrient management in that area. When you start seeing these numbers, they're going to look a little bit different because we typically talk about nutrients on a per pound per acre basis. But when we start talking about a watershed, we have a lot of acres, and so we start talking about tons of removal. And what you have up here, and oops, see if I can do this the first time. What you have up here is the nutrient removal of phosphorus for our really 3 major crops, corn, soybean, and wheat. Those numbers are really, as far as yield, representative of the region that we're going to be talking about as far as average yields. So this line here would give you a good feel for what we remove for a per acre basis for 180 bushel corn crop is 62 pounds of P2O5. If we take that times the acreage, which is 700,000 acres of corn, basically we remove in our watershed 21,700 tons of P2O5. And you can look across there and see the numbers for soybean and wheat in addition. And so when we look at this watershed on an annual basis, what we produce from crop production, it's somewhere around 51,000 tons of P2O5. So as you see tons later, you can kind of relate back to this number of removal based off the acres and the yields that we get here in Northwest Ohio. This isn't incredibly important, but just wanted to show it to you that there has been a change in the trends in relationship to acres and harvested crops, and some of us feel that has some importance in what we think about as far as loss. This goes back to 1987 up to 2022. The orange line is the soybeans, the blue is the corn, the gray is the wheat, and what you notice there is, I think what many of us already know without seeing this graphic is that wheat acres have declined while soybeans have replaced many of those acres. In a few cases, corn has increased, particularly, depending on the year and what the marketing looks like for corn crop, it will be higher or lower. So gives you an idea, but we do produce some hay in the region. We do produce some forage as corn silage in the region to support some of the animal industry, in particular our beef and dairy industry. So gives you an idea of what harvested acres have done. Then here is what those yields have done for the two crops. If you look on the first y-axis here, you see bushels per acre. So this is our corn, soybean, and wheat grain yields. Over here on the second y-axis, we have tons per acre. That represents hay and corn silage yields. And what you see is that farmers have, through technology, through best management practices, through their production system, they continue to increase yields. And those increases are somewhere around 2 bushel per acre on the corn from a trend line standpoint, about a half a bushel per acre for the soybeans in relationship to increasing yield. So they're improving and increasing the amount of production in the region, other than that one blip that you see there that is 2019, which we all remember from kind of the disaster it was in Northwest Ohio, which particularly showed up in the last graphic. So let's start talking about, we kind of set the stage, that's what our production is. Number of acres times the yield per acre gives us production, and we can multiply that out times the pounds of removal per acre. Now let's talk a little bit about the application of nutrient in the region. And this chart here shows that crop reporting District 10, that far northwest corner of the state. And what you see is data from 1987 up to 2022. And in this particular graphic on the x-axis, you have that tons number. This is harder than what you think pointing at the screen. But what you see here is the tons of P2O5 that are removed, the years across the bottom. And what you see is from really 1987 to about 1996, we see in state data and we see in this region that there was an increasing use of phosphorus, increasing application of phosphorus. And that increase here in the Northwest region was about 1,566 tons that was being applied, increasing each year in that time period with that yellow portion of the graphic. What you see since that time, really looking from 1994 to current, is that we've been decreasing the amount of phosphorus used and decreasing that at about 900 tons per year is what that decrease has looked like. When we think about nutrients, we also need to consider manure nutrients, a very important part of livestock agriculture, and we like to We have made tremendous inroads in people looking at the nutrients from manure as an equivalent to the nutrients from a fertilizer standpoint, and that's particularly true with phosphorus and potassium. We're talking about phosphorus today, but really we've made tremendous inroads in seeing that. And what you see in that gray line, or excuse me, the gold line, if I can point here, across the bottom is the tons of P2O5 that are available from manure. This is the excreted manure. That means it's coming out the back end of the animal, but we don't directly land apply that. It goes into storage. And with storage, we won't apply all of what we're seeing represented here, because in storage, we pump out of that storage at some point in time, but it's not like you do with a cake batter in a bowl where you scrape it out with a spatula. It's whatever we can get mixed up that isn't stuck to the bottom, in essence, of that storage, is what we land apply. So there's nutrient that is left in the storage. The other piece of thinking about manure use is that some of the animals that we have in Northwest Ohio are on pasture. Not many of them, but they are out, and so that doesn't get deposited into storage and isn't available for us to land apply. So the number you're seeing here represents the amount that is excreted from the animal. You can see that trend line there, and you can see that the trend line in recent years we're above that with actual application, or excuse me, in this case, excreted amount of manure, because we are increasing numbers. So gives you an idea of what nutrient we have available from these two sources of fertilizer and manure. I think this will help you maybe see the true numbers that we have in the graphic. Basically, from 1994 to 1998, we were using on average basically 47,000 tons of P2O5. In most recent years, 5-year period, we were using somewhere around 24,000 tons of nutrient from manure. In those most recent 5 years, we've had about 8,500 tons of P2O5 available to us as excreted from the back end of the animal to apply. I think that number up above change in fertilizer use is pretty significant. In essence, we've been cut in half the amount of fertilizer that we have applied from that earliest, highest use period to our most current period. So I think one thing that we can take away from today is that farmers are managing phosphorus from a fertilizer perspective very judiciously in the landscape, and we are seeing improvement in that nutrient use from a variety of different things that we are doing and they are implementing on their farm. So let's talk about the mass balance. How are we doing from a nutrient utilization, and actually, let me say it this way, how are we doing from a nutrient applied versus what is being removed standpoint? So a mass balance. And once again, mass balance is going to be where we talk about the pounds of fertilizer and manure, P2O5, that are being applied in a pound per acre basis. And then we're going to consider what the removal is from our corn, soybean, wheat, corn silage, and hay crops that are grown in the region. And what we do is we take the pounds of P2O applied minus that being removed, and we have our net P2O5. If we are applying more than what we are taking off, then we're going to see, I think, soil test increase is going to be the trend. If we see a negative number, we should see soil test numbers going down. This is what that mass balance looks like for the crop reporting District 10. You can see some earlier years, and once again, this is 1987 to 2022. You can see where we were increases generally up to about 2002, and since 2003, we've been removing more phosphorus than we've been applying. Once again, this is from both fertilizer and manure being applied in the region. If you simplify that number, really since 2003 on average, we've been pulling down, we've been removing 11 pounds of P2O5 per acre more than what we've been applying. So a net reduction in the amount of nutrient that we are applying, better utilization. This is some actually new dissertation that was completed in the past couple of weeks here. When we think about pounds of phosphorus it takes to change soil tests, we just established that it was 11 pounds of P2O5 that we're removing. So that should be a decrease in soil test phosphorus over time. What does that look like as far as how long can we expect that to take to reduce the amount of soil test level? The thesis that was just completed did a calibration or an equivalent, they did a equilibration study where they put into low soil testing soils amount of phosphorus and calculated then what it took to change soil test level. The tri-state fertilizer recommendations, if any farmers are in the room, we talk about it all the time. In the old tri-state fertilizer recommendations, and actually the new tri-state as well, we maintain that it takes about 20 pounds of P2O5 to change soil test level 1 part per million. This new study that was a part of a dissertation shows us that maybe that is higher than what we need to think about. It is around 14 to 15 is what we think about as far as changing soil test level 1 part per million. This is increasing soil test. Does it work the same way decreasing? We kind of think so. So when we think about that minus 11 parts per million, or excuse me, minus 11 pounds per acre to in the mass balance, what are we going to change soil test level per acre in a single year? About a half a part per million, right? So it's very slow to change soil test level when we think about managing phosphorus out on the landscape. We'll probably be working with the tri-state recommendations to update those buildup equations within that. Reality is most people are not in the buildup range anyway, so I don't know how important that is. But we do have a new state soil fertility specialist. Dr. Mambir Ricard started with us August 15th, and we'll be working with her on some of that information and data. Okay, so how have soil test levels been affected here in the state? This is a study that Jay referred to. This is looking at the average soil test level by county, thinking of it from 1993 to 2015. If you look at that far northwest corner of the state, what you'll find is the average is less than 50 parts per million in all cases. And when we think about managing wheat in Ohio, that would be the maintenance limit for wheat production here in the state. Critical level, and critical level is the place where we talk about if it's below the critical level, what we would expect is a increasing risk of yield loss. As long as we're above the critical level, we would be thinking of not needing to apply nutrients. In other words, very little risk of yield loss in that given growing season. The critical level in the state of Ohio for corn and soybeans is 20 parts per million as you look at this. So kind of a range between 20 and 50 is a good place to be managing here in the state. And you can see on average, really all those northwest Ohio counties are in that range. And here when we were comparing that earliest period, 93 to 2015, those, I'm not quite sure what color to call that, but the color that we have here in this, what is that, peach color, basically is a decreasing trend during that time period. So trend of soil test level decreasing, which we would expect since we've been, during most of that period, removing more nutrient than we've been applying. Okay, that's 2015. That gives us at least some feel for where we're at, but what are we doing more currently? This is some data from the Fertilizer Institute, looks at the distribution of soil test phosphorus here in the state of Ohio. You can see the numbers that I was just talking about represented here. This first category is less than 20 parts per million, so that'd be less than the critical level. 21 to 54, the way TFI did their data, that's the way we maintained it here, so it's a little higher, but this would be that kind of ideal agronomic range. And then we start getting into the ranges that Jay was talking about, 55 to 100, 100 to 203, and greater than 203. And what you see is some numbers that have been increasing as far as the frequency of our low testing soils. Many of the soils are improving and in that agronomic range. And when we get into these higher soil test levels here in the state of Ohio, comparing 2005 to 2020, you start seeing the percentage or frequency declining. And so the number that Jay threw out earlier, I don't know, somewhere around less than 15% of the acres in the state of Ohio have that higher soil test level. This data says a very similar thing, that we're less than 15%, maybe right around 10% is where some of those higher numbers are at. These number of soil samples here that would represent a given year is somewhere around 250,000, I think, to 350,000. So it's a very robust data set as far as when we talk about the soil test levels represented in these individual years. You can kind of keep that in mind, and now let's bring Indiana and Michigan into the discussion. And what you see here is in this first graphic, what you have is the similar breakdown by categories of soil test level and their relative frequency. You can compare Ohio to Michigan. I tried to do the best job that they have to represent the school colors, so you can pick out Purdue and Michigan State and Ohio State in the graphic here, unless you're colorblind and red and green don't work for you. But when you look at the information here, funny I'm not pointing anymore, but when you look here, what you see is that probably Michigan has some higher soil tests than what the other two states do at those higher soil test ranges. And then both Ohio and Indiana would have a pretty good frequency that are right or below that critical level as far as soil test level. So we can kind of get a feel that those states, we're all fairly similar in where we're at. The second graphic over here looks at the median soil test, so it gives you an idea of where that average is at. And what you can see is that all three states by year have had a median soil test that's declining. So everybody is managing nutrients better from a farm agricultural perspective. And reality is that the cost of those nutrients have increased, which helps send that or sell that message that we need to use less. Kind of finish up talking about soil test levels, how it changes over time. Steve Coleman did a presentation, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. How COVID fits into that, I don't quite remember. But we have had these plots at our 3 branch stations where we've done really 3 different management strategies. What we've done is we've applied a 0 phosphorus rate with the red, a blue with the 1X, or basically our tri-state recommendation, and then the green is a 2 to 3X time application of crop removal. So what you see there, and what I like to point out to farmers, which I share this graphic with them all the time because they're amazed by that 0 number. And we're talking about our 3 branch stations of Northwest, Western, and Worcester. Northwest is our Hoytville soil type that's very common for us to manage here in Northwest Ohio. And what do you see with that 0 for that particular soil type? Great resiliency to reduction. We had a higher soil test at the beginning, and that beginning was 2006. It actually increased a couple times without fertilizer application, so we know that nutrients, particularly phosphorus, become available from the soil, and we see that represented here. But what you see is it was really that critical level is that lower line of the dotted lines that we have here. But as you look at that relationship of soil test to that critical level, basically we've skated along that for most of the period. It is just within the last 2 years that we dropped below that where we would expect some kind of yield response to added fertilizer. These are the grain yields because farmers are interested in that outcome. You can kind of concentrate on that left-hand side, which speaks to the soybean yield and the corn yield for Northwest. And basically what we see is not a whole lot of difference from a yield perspective. So this, I think, is a good story that we can tell farmers in thinking about managing their soil tests. We don't need a really high soil test to manage from an agronomic perspective, and we can maybe go for a long period of time, particularly during periods of high nutrient cost, and stretch that budget and make it work for us and be advantageous. So kind of summarize here, generally soil test phosphorus and DRP loss are related, but soil type and other factors can impact what that actual loss is, so it's a field by field basis. Fertilizer usage is down 48% in the most recent 5 years compared to the highest period, which was back in those early mid-90 time frame. Mass balance since 2003 is on an annual basis, we've been reducing or removing 11 pounds of P2O5 per year. And we have those soil test levels declining. Really, when we think about those highest category of soil tests, there was about 8% that are above that 102 part per million level. But 102 parts per million, recognize how long it would take to reduce that. On an annual basis, we can reduce soil test about 2 parts per million, maybe. So 102 to get to down to that critical level where even the maintenance limit is going to be a lot of years. And there may be an opportunity that we can share with farmers, work with farmers for those that are really cost conscious and want to manage the input side, and there are a lot of those farmers out there. What we can do is encourage them to take a look at their soil test. There may be a period of time where they can go without any fertilizer or nutrient application and be fine in relationship to the critical level, and make improvements to their budget in relationship to that nutrient management. Thanks.
Doug, question, please.
Doug Kane, Heidelberg University. So I love to blame a lot of things on that state up north, and this is a fitting place since we could have been in that state up north and things would have ended up differently. But is it a case of different soils or higher rates of application, inorganic versus manure, all these things, none of these things, why theirs seem so much higher?
I think it's all those things. We'll talk about and see, Fulton County, where I have a lot of familiarity with, spent 25 years there. But Fulton County, with our sandy soils, will see higher phosphorus levels deeper down in the soil because of sandy soils. When you think about Michigan, you have a stretch that is those sandy soils. There is a pretty strong livestock industry in Michigan, so that has some influence. And when we think about those high soil test levels, I don't know if Jay mentioned it or not, when we think about those high soil test levels, often that is what happened 25, 30 years ago that led to that increase. It's not current practices that led to that increase in soil test level, to that kind of status. So I think it's all of those things. I think the trend that is good is that we see all of them from a median standpoint decreasing.
Thank you.
Yep. Sure.
Sandy Ben, Lake Erie Waterkeeper. In one of your earlier slides, you showed the manure application is pretty flat from 87 to the present. And I find that confusing because the Ohio Department of Agriculture has made, there's a presentation I have that shows an 88% increase between 2002 and I think 2015 in the number of animal units in the Western Lake Erie or the Maumee watershed. So it's the amount of manure has been going up, produced by an increased number of animals. And I don't know why that's not reflected in that chart. I'm confused.
Well, let me take a shot at it. When you look at that time period, there are a lot of things that have happened, one of those being certainly increased animal numbers. The other thing that has happened is better management of diets that have resulted in lower amounts of phosphorus per unit of manure. We've also seen some switches in animal unit numbers. Dairy have gone down versus poultry, or primarily broilers and hogs that have increased. So there's a variety of things, and then there's just the reality that trying to estimate manure nutrient values is very difficult because there's a lot of room for error and change. But what we do see in those recent years is we do see the amount of manure available is above that trend line. So I think we're starting to represent some of those increased numbers.
Thanks, Greg. If you could join me in thanking Greg. So the last speaker we have for you this morning before lunch, and it's already being set up in the back, is Dr. Xiaocheng Liu. He's an ag conservation practitioner with TNC. Master's degree from Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, a PhD from Chinese Academy of Science. And as you'll see in the presentation, a lot of Dr. Liu's work is characteristics, benefits, and drawbacks of ag ditches and wetlands. And so I'd like to introduce Dr. Liu. Title of his talk, as you can see, Cascading Waterways, Impacts on Flow and Water Quality. So please join me in welcoming.
All right, thank you, Chris. Actually, I do work before with some ag ditches, but this is the topic is cascading waterway. So good morning, everyone. So today, I'm going to talk about the cascading waterway. First, before I go start, I wanted to make a note of the title. So today, we're not going to talk about the cascading waterway from a scientific result perspective. We mainly from a conservation implementation perspective talk about the cascading waterway. So as we know, the harmful algal bloom problem in Lake Erie, which is kind of also happens a lot of places anywhere, like Europe, in China, in South Africa, in Gulf of Mexico, Chesapeake Bay. So the point is here, so this is quite a universal problem. It's kind of because how we manage our land, the management. We got too many nutrients leaching from the land to the aquatic system. So essentially, it is an overgrowth of phytoplankton in the water. And then generally speaking, the problem with ocean water is nitrogen. So the problem nutrient in fresh water is phosphorus. As you already hear a lot of those phosphate problem in West Lake Erie Basin, we know that's the major loading from Maumee River watershed, and because that's a majority of the agricultural land over there, a lot of nutrients loading to the West Lake Erie Basin. So as many of you might be still recall, in 2014, that's a water crisis in Toledo. I just wanted to mention that is accident, but it could happen again, and it could happen to anywhere, anyone of us in the room happen to us. As long as our life is dependent on the water, and our life, regardless your drinking water source is from surface water or groundwater. We also know there's some variability for those severity of the algal blooms. And then, so now another driver for this process is climate. So the bad news in the future, the climate is not going to help us. We will have more wetter springs. We have larger rain event, which likely will generate a more large runoffs, and then which is carrying more nutrients or loading to the lake. And that's not going to easy for the farmer as well. So for the farming operations, they were hard to find the time window in the spring to do the operation. On the one hand, if we continue the way we management our land, then likely you increase some localized climate, which means like those dark green spot. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to put, but anyhow, the dark green spot, there's like because of intensive agriculture, we have an even larger rainfall event in those areas. On the other hand, I guess many of you here sitting in this room, you concerned about the water quality, and then many of you ask like, we do a lot of conservation practice, in-field, edge-field practice. At the end of the day, whether or not our effort will make some difference. So many of you might be curious that question. And then some results shows actually we do make some difference at a large spatial scale. On the left, so one study shows in the Mississippi River Basin, so there's some nitrogen and phosphate reduction over the years. On the right hand, if we increase adoption, those ag BMP practice on the ground, it'll actually to offset some climate impact in terms of the severity of the algal blooms in Lake Erie. So as you may know, the Nature Conservancy, we are a non-profit organization, and our mission is to conserve land and water, which our life depends on. TNC from early on recognized the importance of the conservation work on the ground. So we know that both in-field and edge-field practice are important. But also, I wanted to just see the edge-field practice is even challenging because not all of the farmers willing to adopt those edge-field practice because edge-field practice is unlike the in-field practice. It's easy to see the economic benefit or return, but for the edge-field practice, basically you're doing something good for your own farm, but the majority of them you're doing something good for others, for the public, for the general interest of the public people. So we developed some roadmap and key elements to increase adoption of those edge-field practice through build the economic case, increase capacity to implement, and elevate cultural conservation. For the talk itself today, I will focus on just increase the capacity to implement. As a science-based organization, we heavily rely on some scientific findings and a scientific approach to guide our conservation actions. We use ACPF model, basically some GIS-based tools to do some model runs to identify the opportunities, those ag BMP opportunities on the landscape scale where it's suitable for a certain kind of the ag BMP practice. So this is a kind of a case study. So also ACPF is not just a technical tool, but also it kind of also serve as a communication tools, as a common language between the conservation organization, between the academic people, also between the local resource professional. So we have something to look at together to this is output. And then this is where we probably it's a good idea to implement some like ag BMP practice. So we can talk about use some common language. So one of the cases is back in 2020, 2021, in Fayette County, saltwater conservation, they do their 9 elements of planning. And then we got introduced to them. So we show the model runs, ACPF model runs. They are interested. They say, oh, that's quite interesting. And then they're interested in the result. They help us to find the landowners who is interested in participating in the study. Later, we applied for funding from the EPA. We got rewarded for that project. And then currently, that project is in the final design stage. We hired an engineering company. It's called Cold Water. And then I think they did a pretty good job to design the cascading waterway. So as you see from the bottom, so the picture, that's a lot of people involved in this process. So it's not just a non-profit organization, as I said, like a private company, but also the government agency, the ODA, EPA, NRCS. So it is. So my point is, it is a kind of a collective efforts for this conservation project. So what is grass waterway? So grass waterway is basically constructed, a graded, vegetated channel, try to facilitate the concentrated flow and then to address the concern of the gully erosion. But over the years, those grass waterway need maintenance, and then even they have a lifespan, like maybe 20 years, 30 years, it will be getting bad. So some of them even have gully erosion on the grass waterway. So how we address those issues? So, and also think back, I pointed at the climate change, the projected more precipitation, large rainfall event. We need some practice to address those additional runoff. So this is ECPF model run to shows, on the left shows those opportunities can be identified as grass waterway, but if you add a layer of high runoff risk, so those overlap area will be the opportunity for cascading waterway. So this is like what it looks like, a cascading waterway. So this is a pretty new practice. So it's not like those mature practice like wetlands. We have a 30 or 40 year study already. We have maybe over 50,000 of the literature published already, like wetlands. But here, we don't have too much data in terms of this practice yet. But one of the study in Maryland, actually, the gentleman is called Sam Owens. He's a farmer. He actually originally kind of developed this prototype cascading waterway. He see like a lot of problem in his hometown, Chesapeake Bay. He's like, okay, why we don't like on the waterway to build some kind of similar like a wetland things, like additional to those grass waterway to address additional this volume reduction or nutrient issues. So they collaborated with University of Maryland and did a study to find it's pretty significant in terms of nutrient reduction and volume reduction. So it have 56% of the volume reduction in terms of runoff. It have 59% of phosphate reduction. It have 64% of the nitrogen reduction. So nitrogen reduction is a little bit higher than the volume reduction. So they suspect some denitrification happening in the retention cells, just acting like a little wetlands. This is just a quick bird view to look at the practice. So when the rain event happens, so those water are going to flow from that end, the grass waterway, and all the way to the outlet. The outlet will connect to a 12-inch tile. The water going to cascading. If you look at this picture, this is much easier to. Why is it called cascading water? Basically, water are going to cascading from one cell to the other, one by one. If you look back this one, so it's how between the cells it's pretty large distance. So it's not going to affect the farmer operation. Farming, they can still the big equipment still come across. So this is just a close look at the cells itself. So dimension. So on the top, it's usually 30 or 40 feet on the top, and the bottom is 20 or 30 feet at the bottom. It's like a trapezoid shape of the cells. It flows from the inlet over here. It doesn't work, but anyhow. So we need some rock structure to stabilize before prevent some erosion from the over the time. The lengthwise usually depend on the site condition. Sometimes it's ranging from 140 feet to 180 feet of the length. It's quite a large cell actually. This is two different perspectives to look at it. The slope on the inlet is a little bit slower, so let the water slowly down into the cell, and then slowly get out from the outlet. The depth is usually 2 and 2.5 feet. That's kind of very shallow. It's kind of surprising. A lot of people, the farmer always ask questions. I was gonna too deep? Is it safe? My kids are gonna walk around over there? Some people have the question like, what is the difference between cascading waterway and wascap? So the wascap usually on the landscape, both of them deal with gully erosion, but the wascap will more applicable for some landscape like irregular topography. But for the grass waterway, some a little bit uniform topography with concentrated flow with one or very few paths, that's easy to install grass waterway. So as I mentioned earlier, so we know that when the research shows a high potential or impact of this practice, but we don't know too much yet. So we need some research to look at this practice, evaluate its performance, or whether or not this performance will be consistent across different settings. So the TNC has been collaborating with our partners at OSU. Particularly Dr. Steve Lyons at OSU and his team, his postdoc, Wu Huanzhang, were leading the research side of this monitoring, cascading waterway monitoring. They grab samples monthly to do the isotope analysis to determine the evaporation rate. They also already foresight have been installed some weather station and other like equipment to collect the rainfall, weather data. So the idea basically when the rainfall came in, we want to know how much rainfall into the system and then how much of them infiltrate in the ground and how much become the surface runoff. So currently we get 7 sites in Ohio. So 6 of them will kind of participate in this kind of monitoring project. 1 of them didn't participate. And then 4 of them already installed some equipment and 2 of them still under construction. So that's kind of basically current progress in Ohio. This is just additional resources. If you're interested in this practice, that's a lot more technical detail behind this one. Last, I want to thank Joyce Foundation to basically with some unrestricted funding for us to be able to have the flexibility to develop a partnership with our OSU partners for the Hebron grant and the Hebron Conservation Ditch with Dr. John Witter and the Hebron Cascading Waterway Project with Dr. Stuart Lyons. And also thanks the EPA too for the implementation funding. Secondly, I want to thank our partner at OSU, Central State, and also the ODA, particularly the one name I want to mention is Tim Folks. He has been instrumental for a lot of our project. LWCD people, they are really awesome to help us to, with site visiting, site and identification. They work closely with the local farmers. Lastly, I wanted to thank my colleagues at TNC. So this, as a conservation work, as a TNC organization, we do need a lot of experts from different fields. We have our GIS specialist, we have a development team, we have our grant specialist, we have a communication team, natural infrastructure team, government relationships. So we got a lot of people working together. So go TNC. All right. With that, I will take questions. Thank you.
I can just, oh, there it is.
Yeah, okay.
So I was going to yell really loud and then everyone would hate me. So just before lunch, I know I'm slowing things down, but I was curious, you know, for a lot of times with wetlands and sometimes even grass waterways, for things like phosphorus, it does a great job of trapping particulates, but sometimes they get saturated and can become a source of phosphorus. Do any of these constructed cascading waterways have plans for, like, say, maybe future maintenance or dredging to prevent enhanced phosphorus loss potentially?
For that question, I don't know yet.
Okay.
So
well, if Steve's monitoring it, then he'll know.
Yeah. Steve gonna monitoring it. You probably later ask his team. I mean, are you gonna plan? But it also depends on whether or not the research shows if the sediments will be a source or the phosphate or cumulative over there. Yeah. It might be need to dredge on them all the time. But if not, then it might be not a concern over there.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Bob Midden from Bowling Green State University. What are the advantages of a cascading waterway like this rather than just a single longer basin that is essentially a small wetland?
I guess it's so one thing is the cascading waterway. So the water will stay on the existing grass waterway a little longer. So basically, it's from one cell to the other cell and slowly released to the outlet.
But you could have a barrier at the end, just at the same height as the last cascading waterway, right? And still have the same rate of flow through the system, but even a greater area for retaining water and nutrients.
Well, that's also probably, and the other thing is the wetlands. Wetlands is good. The other thing is farmers not really willing to take the land from production. So one of the advantages for the existing grass waterways, for the cascading waterway, is mostly built on the existing grass waterway. So one advantage is, it's already meet the criteria, the NRCS criteria, and NRCS standard. Or the other is, it's not going to take the land from production. I think that's farmers' cares.
Right. I think I'm not being clear enough, but I can talk to you afterwards.
Yeah.
Because what I'm talking about is simply removing the barriers between the individual basins so you have one larger basin rather than multiple smaller basins. But
okay, yeah, we'll talk later then. Okay, all right, thank you.
Will Hemker of the University of Akron Research Foundation. I recall the most dramatic literature findings for cascading waterways has been in more drastic topographies than we have, especially in Northwest Ohio, and secondly, in more drought-type conditions. Can you describe how you go about designing them in the lower topography that we have here and the higher moisture conditions? Number one, how you lay them out. Number two, what type of vegetation do you look at planting in these waterways?
Well, actually, I should refer the question to the engineer firm. He probably be the best person to answer that question, but I try to answer that one. So the grass waterway, you talk about some low grade and then wet conditions. Actually, one of the sites in Fayette County, the slope is a pretty small slope. On the side, they do have those saturated soil, more like a ponding water over there. So the current design for the Fayette County grass waterway, they they added a little bit of grass waterway on the side, but also try to plant more like a wetlands vegetation and try to address those ponding water issue. And also the other thing is really depend on site condition, whether or not the site have have the drainage. Sometimes they have to combine with the tile drainage to address those ponding water issues actually.
Okay, I'm going to actually call the speakers up one last time to see if there's a last set of questions. Any other further questions? So if the speakers could come back up again and we'll field some questions. And while we're waiting on that, just wanted to reiterate, the sponsorships again. So at the Maumee level, the Joyce Foundation, Lake Erie Foundation, the Herb Family Foundation, OSU's College of Food, Ag, and Environmental Sciences, at the Auglaize level, the National Wildlife Federation, Great Lakes Commission, the Nature Conservancy, and at the Blanchard level, Ohio Soybean Council, Ohio Dairy Producers, American Dairy Association Midwest, Ohio Farm Bureau, Ohio Corn and Wheat, and Limnotech. Again, thank you for your engagement and sponsorship with the meeting. So we have our speakers up here. Maybe you're just smelling lunch and you don't have any other questions, but they're here. If you have any final burning questions that came up, we encourage you to stick around too. We've got 4 other great speakers coming up talking about hypoxia, 2-stage ditches, some of our watershed modeling efforts, and then a look into the H2 Ohio dashboard presented to us by Terry Mesher with ODA today. So I'm looking at the microphones and seeing if we have anything. Bob, come on up, please.
Yeah, a question for Jay. So in order to use a phosphorus filter, all the drainage has to be directed into a single location. How many fields in legacy fields have already that type of drainage system, and what would be the additional expense of creating that for a field that simply has drainage tiles directly into a ditch, for instance?
Excellent question, Bob. Yeah, that was a criteria earlier to some of the questions I mentioned. We had to down select a lot from fields because we had to have them hydrologically isolated. And then like you said, we had to have all the drainage from at least a large part of the field coming to one point. A number of the fields that we worked on already had that. So a lot of drainage networks are designed to have one pour point. Some of them, if they're along a ditch, they could just have lines going right out to that ditch. And so there were a couple fields where we did put in some connections to make that common pour point. So I think that would be, as you're trying to select these fields and find some with high STPs and maybe high silt percentages and things like that, that would have to be something to look at as well. I don't know how much that would force us to eliminate some and find others, but that would be something to be aware of. The other thing I didn't really point out so much in my talk is that we focused a lot on drainage, what's coming out of the drainage network, as opposed to what's coming off the surface from fields. One reason for that is because what comes off the surface of fields lots of times has particulates in it and things like that that could potentially clog these filters. So we were more focused on the tiles. The tiles do contribute at least half of the DRP, so it is a good source to go after. So I don't know if that exactly answered your question, but those are some things to think about.
So Jay, you may have just answered my question, but I just wanted to clarify for your project in which you're working in the 1 Huck 12 and kind of looking at can we move the needle with conservation practices, are you focusing just on those phosphorus filters in that watershed, or are there other conservation practices that you're working with the farmers to implement?
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. I couldn't go into all the details. There's about 9 practices we're supporting. So we're focusing right now on in-field practices to get those implemented this fall. Those include subsurface placement of phosphorus, cover crops, and manure utilization. And then we have, I believe, 5 or 6 structural practices. I'm going to try to remember them all, but I'll probably forget some. One is the phosphorus filters that I talked about. Wetlands is one, drainage water management, buffers. No. Sorry.
Don't tell USDA. Cover crops.
Yeah, they're very similar H2 Ohio. H2 Ohio is a big part of the project. We're collaborating with them. So it's a lot of the H2 Ohio list. Phosphorus filters are an addition that's not in the H2 Ohio list. There's a little bit of differences there. So, but there's quite a few practices that we're supporting, and we're trying to get to a 70% adoption level. So 70% of the acres adopting practices is the threshold we're trying to hit.
And stacked, correct, too.
Yeah, and these could be stacked. So you could have an infield practice and then have a phosphorus filter or a wetland at the edge of that. So you could have stacked practices. Thank you, Chris.
Not a question for Jay.
Thanks. We got to get him away from the podium. He moderates the second session. This is going to be awful.
A question for Greg, a little bit of agronomy 101, I guess, just for my clarification here. You talked about the removal rate for corn, soybean, wheat to be anywhere between 40 to 60 pounds of phosphorus per acre. If there's farmers, are they actually applying that amount based on the removal rates every year? Do you have to apply phosphorus?
Do you have to apply phosphorus? The answer is no. If you're above the critical level, you do not need to make an annual application. A lot of farmers will do either a crop removal rate to maintain the soil test level when we're above that 20 parts per million critical level. With that, though, it doesn't have to happen in that year. It could be a two-year rate done after a soybean crop, prior to a corn crop, however you want to do that. So the reason that you need to apply fertilizer on an annual basis is if you're below that critical level. That is where the risk is the greatest for yield loss from lack of nutrient. So that would be a place where you would maybe do a banded application in a planter, whatever, and look at an application that occurs in that growing season to support that upcoming crop. So soil test level is critical in how we manage phosphorus in the state.
And just based on the rate of increase that you mentioned for 1 ppm of phosphorus equivalent to 20 pounds of phosphorus addition, that agronomic range is about 20 to 40 ppm, which if you just take that equation into account, we're talking about 400 to 800 pounds of phosphorus stored in the soil if you already have the soil test phosphorus at 20 to 40 ppm.
Yeah.
And is that right?
Yeah, that would be correct. The thing that you need to think about there, though, is what we measure in the soil test is the available phosphorus.
Exactly.
In other words, what's already in the soil solution or what can resupply that soil solution. We're not measuring the total phosphorus in the soil, which will be much greater than that.
And then just the last question on clarification is, we have such a huge amount of phosphorus, but when we are looking at the edge of field monitoring data, we're losing anywhere between half to 1 pound of phosphorus at the edge of field per acre.
Correct.
And I don't really have a question. I just wanted to add it to the conversation how complicated this issue is in terms of trying to reduce that amount further down. I don't know if you have a comment on that or not, but.
You hit the nail on the head. It's a toughie. I mean, it's tough when we're thinking about managing it for crop production and water quality. It gets very complicated. Reality is we actually need that like 0.01, 0.02 solution level of phosphorus in the soil. And you see how close that is to our 0.05 target. So it's a tough one because we're managing right on the edge of our agronomic production needs.
Thank you.
Well, that was basically where I was going with that, but I wish I had my calculator with me. Yeah, like at Hoytville, on the fields where you're not putting any new phosphorus on, can you do a soil test in the fall and then in the spring after a bunch of runoff, and can you see a difference from the loss in the soil?
Well, those particular plots, we aren't set up to measure water quality at the edge of those plots. It's kind of developing that relationship, and I guess we have really two sources of loss. One would be that, and we've kind of put the term acute to it, at the time of application or near application, where we would have a rainfall event that would happen. That would be, a fairly high risk, but even when we look at that, we're only losing about, maybe 1 to 5% of the application that's occurring. What would happen over the long term is that legacy, or what is already in the soil, and losing that over time. Not sure that really answers your question, but I just want to, we aren't monitoring those particular plots, so I can't really address that change. But certainly from a farm management standpoint, we can take a fall soil test, make a spring application, and do that from a crop management perspective.
I mean, if you had an edge of field box set up like Jay's talking about, could we accelerate phosphorus loss and to draw down these high P fields?
Really can't accelerate it, because it's whatever water is moving through the soil is what's carrying it off.
Sure.
So I'm not sure that we can accelerate it. The best way to accelerate removing or reducing soil test level is by increasing crop production. Maybe 3 crops. Using forage crops will have a higher removal than our grain crops. So crop mixes and those kind of things are where we would look to.
Cool. Thank you.
We'll have this last question, then we'll go to lunch.
My question is about the cascading basins. To start, were the basins meant to work as a wetland or simply like a retention ponds in cascading water?
So mainly to work as a volume reduction in terms of this runoff. That's the main purpose. And then, so additional benefit is for the nutrient as a wetland. So that's additional one.
Gotcha. So there is intent to, plant and monitor like vegetation for the uptake of those nutrients feeding into those basins?
No, not at this moment. Actually, they mainly to monitoring. I believe. I should have rephrased this question. I don't know if Dr. Stewart Lyon's team is here, but anyhow, that's a research question. So I think they will basically to monitor the inflow and outflow from the cells to see how much water in, how much water out, to see the nutrients change. They will later to install some ASCO samplers, and then to get the samples take back to analyze the nutrient.
Gotcha. And my last follow-up to that is, do you think that that's a very practical sense due to the amount of maintenance that would have to go into the basins? Because I'm assuming that comes out of the farmer's expense to do any types of dredge work or hydro dredging in those basins?
Well, the dredging parts, we don't know. We're going to need a dredge at this moment. And then for how practical it is, I think it's practical. Although we don't have too much research data, but just looking at those the practice of the gross waterway and the wetlands, it's kind of combination over there. It's not really new. So I think the practical, yes, it is practical. But in terms of the performance, everything, we still need to look at the research side to see, across different sites, because each design has different based on the site condition, the topography, and then how much water. But basically, they try to reduce the volume, like usually the runoff depth 0.14 to 0.2 inch runoff depth per acre. So that's kind of volume they try to make the reduction.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Lyon, I'm going to put you on the spot over there. Can you stand up over in the corner, raise your hand? So if you're wanting the water quality data that's following up to the cascading waterways, that's your man. All right, folks, we're going to open it up for lunch. We will reconvene at just before 1, so at 12:55. And again, Jay will be your moderator for the second session. So please help yourself. And the beauty of these conferences is to mingle. So make sure you have those conversations that you don't get to have very often. Enjoy lunch.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get started with the program here in about 2 minutes, so if you could grab a last cup of coffee and get a seat, we'll get started shortly. Thank you.
I always wonder if anybody's hearing you this evening.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here. I do want to acknowledge our sponsors again. I want to call a special attention to the Herb Family Foundation. They have been kind enough to provide us with a great number of maps of the Great Lakes and the Great Lakes watersheds, and those are free for anyone to take home with them. And those are over here at the first table to my left. So if you would love a nice multicolored map of the Great Lakes watersheds, you are welcome to pick one of those up on your way out. As Chris said, we do have 4 more speakers this afternoon, and we'll go ahead and get started with that program unless there's any other announcements from anybody else on the planning committee. Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker this afternoon, and that is Craig Stowe. Craig is a research scientist at the NOAA Great Lakes Environmental Research Lab. And the acronym for that, I think I've heard people say GLERL.
It's GLERL.
GLERL kind of rhymes with other words I can think of. And that's in Ann Arbor, and Craig's been there since 2006. An interesting fact is that both Craig and I did graduate work at the oceanography department at Louisiana State University. Is that right, Craig?
Yes.
And now we're both in the Midwest, somehow. So this conference, we focused on algal blooms in Lake Erie, but another important topic, important issue with Lake Erie is hypoxia. In fact, I believe this was what drove the reduction targets for total phosphorus that were agreed upon back early on. It was total phosphorus was driven by addressing hypoxia. So today, Craig's going to talk to us about the causes and management of hypoxia in Lake Erie. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks very much, Jay, and thanks everybody for being here this afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, a large proportion of your speakers today are talking about various issues in the watershed. So I'm going to take you back down to the lake for just a few minutes, and as Jay mentioned, I'm going to talk about issues related to hypoxia in Lake Erie's Central Basin. Now, having said that, if you notice from the first slide, it is neither a picture of hypoxia or the Central Basin. But I figured the theme of the conference was understanding harmful algal blooms, so I should show a shot of a harmful algal bloom. And the other point is that actually hypoxia is pretty hard to see. So I've sometimes referred to it as the invisible problem. And as a consequence, I'm not going to have a lot of really cool photographs I can show you. And I hope that's not a big problem as you settle back into your comfortable seats after lunch and your blood sugar levels begin to drop just a little bit. Let's first take a big step back and actually describe what we mean by hypoxia. Hypoxia is a condition of low dissolved oxygen in the water. Usually it's defined as a concentration of oxygen less than 2 milligrams per liter. That's not a hard, fast number. Sometimes you'll see hypoxia referred to as a condition of less than 4 milligrams per liter. I have a lot of fisheries colleagues who like that number better because some fishes begin to become stressed at about 4 milligrams per liter. And just for reference, saturation value of dissolved oxygen in water is about 8 milligrams per liter. Hypoxia is one of several symptoms of excessive nutrient inputs or eutrophication. It's typically in the very bottom water after the water becomes stratified. And by stratified, I mean a density gradient forms and oxygen can't mix all the way to the bottom. It's constrained mostly to the upper layer. In coastal ocean waters, this density gradient is principally a result of salt water as the denser salt water sits on the bottom and fresh water from tributaries rides over top of that. That's what induces stratification. And if you go to the literature, there's many papers about it, issues about habitat destruction and biogeochemistry and physical processes and modeling. And probably the most famous instance of hypoxia in coastal ocean systems is actually off the coast of Louisiana. I'm taking Jay back down to Louisiana for just a couple minutes here. And this is what in the media has become known as the dead zone, and there's a projection every year of how large it's going to be and that sort of thing. I've actually spent a lot of time down there, and I've been on several research cruises. I used to fish out there a lot, and referring to it as a dead zone isn't really very accurate. It kind of conjures up images of fish floating belly up and floating on the surface. Actually, the fishing down there can be quite good. So it's a bit of a misnomer. If we move to freshwater lakes, well, the density gradient in lakes is pretty much because of temperature, not because you have heavier salt water. And if you go to the literature, it includes all of these sort of things that I've depicted here on this screen. And sometimes you see reference to problems with drinking water. And if you go to the database, Web of Science is where I went for this, and type in hypoxia in lakes, I got a little over 1,400 hits. If I type in hypoxia in lakes and drinking water, I got only 23 hits, and most of those were Lake Erie. So the problem in Lake Erie that hypoxia induces related to drinking water isn't unique, but it's somewhat novel. I'm going to offer just the briefest history of hypoxia in Lake Erie. And I said earlier that, well, the problem is pretty much in the Central Basin, but if you go to the literature, the first time hypoxia was actually directly observed was in the Western Basin. And this was in 1953. This was a paper a couple years later in the journal Ecology, and the concern was it had knocked out the hexagenia population. These are the mayfly larvae that live in the bottom. If we jump ahead just a little bit, it seems that by the late 1950s, hypoxia had become well established in the Central Basin, but I don't find too many primary references for that. These are mostly technical fisheries reports that were prepared during that time span that make reference to that, and then you can see them cited in literature from the 1960s. And it was a big enough problem that there was a large project to better characterize it in 1970. This was called Project Hypo. There were divers and ships and cruises and various things. And I found this seems to be somewhat of an orphan web page for the project. You can tell it's in kind of an older style. And 1970 was quite a few years before the web came online. And I'm a little unsure where around the side of, where Lake Erie looks like anything like this picture. And And if you go to most of the links, they aren't going to take you any place useful, but it was the only picture I had related to Project Hypo, so I thought I'd put it up here as a curiosity. But about that time when the data were becoming available was about the same time that the Clean Water Act was being developed, as well as the first iteration of the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. And so this had a lot of influence on some of the things that were emphasized in the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement. The 1972 version, the first edition, had language to the effect of the connecting channels and upper waters should have a dissolved oxygen concentration of greater than 6 milligrams per liter, and the hypolimnetic waters should not be less than necessary to support fish life, particularly cold water species. So that's not very specific, but it was a point that was emphasized in this agreement at that time. And there were a number of programs outlined, and these were principally programs to put point source controls on the phosphorus inputs. And in 1972, they projected that by 1976, the phosphorus load to the lake should be about 1,606 metric tons. And it emphasized that these were not allocations, these were anticipated results. And the number wasn't, it was expressed in short tons at the time. So 14,606 seems awfully specific. I had to look up short tons and make the conversion. Then the 1978 Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement honed in a little bit more. It called for restoration of year-round aerobic conditions in the bottom waters of the central basin of Lake Erie, and it projected a future phosphorus load of 11,000 metric tons with commitment to establish load allocations and compliance schedules. Those actually came several years later. There was a 1983 supplement that made that 11,000 metric tons an actual target. And then, we tend to forget this. Lake Erie was considered to have been pretty much restored by the 1990s. And as a consequence, we turned our attention to other things. We thought about PCBs and toxic contaminants and many of those things, all appropriate, but we kind of lost track of the eutrophication and nutrient problem. And then in 2011, we had the huge bloom. It wasn't exactly out of nowhere. There was some foreshadowing that there were problems brewing there, but it was a massive bloom like we hadn't seen in quite some time. So with the 2012 Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, it was somewhat less specific in terms of pointing to a target load, but the language in there was minimize the extent of hypoxic zones in the waters of the Great Lakes associated with excessive phosphorus loading, with particular emphasis on Lake Erie. And I was on the working group that established the new phosphorus loads. You'd be surprised at how long we sat and tried to parse this language apart. I'm looking around, I see a few other folks that were in the room too. We debated this, well, what does that mean? Minimize the extent, what's the basis? Is there a good basis for saying there's an optimal extent of hypoxia? Anyway, we batted that around for a long time. And the 2012 agreement also then called to update the phosphorus load targets and do this for Lake Erie within 3 years, which would have been about February 2016. So we produced a report with the recommended phosphorus loading targets. This report came out in 2015, and the targets were adopted in 2016. Now this is probably really hard to see. This is actually a table from that report, and it details the phosphorus load targets for different areas of the lake. Probably what everybody is most familiar with. We'll see if this really works like I was told it would. Nope. Oh well. There's reference, if you can't see it or not, there's reference to the 40% reduction number that you're probably all familiar with. And the arrow points to the goal for Central Basin hypoxia was to achieve a dissolved oxygen concentration of 2 milligrams per liter or more in the hypoxic season, which is principally August and September. And the actual target then, which is underlined in red in the bottom right corner, was 6,000 metric tons. So we've gone over the course of time from about 14,000 metric tons to 11,000 metric tons to 6,000. Having said that, this wasn't for the whole lake. This was for all of the tributaries upstream of the central basin, but that's a large proportion of the input to the lake. So how are we doing? Okay, we're now in the adaptive management phase, and I emphasize this because I made the point a couple minutes ago that in the early 1990s, we declared Lake Erie to be restored, and we said, we're done. This is good. We'll now think about other things. At the time, the mentality was sort of the lake was either broken or fixed, and once we fixed it, we were in good shape. I think we've learned better than that at this point, and now we're much more aware of the fact that we're kind of in the management business forever if we care about the condition of the lake. And we're going to have to monitor it regularly and assess how well we're doing with respect to meeting the targets. And when it comes down to it, the phosphorus load targets aren't really that important. It's a means to get towards better conditions in the lake. So as we speak, there is a draft document being prepared. That'll be the first 5-year assessment covering the period from 2017 through 2021 of progress to date in the lake since the new targets effective. And this is a foreshadowing or a prelude of a couple things that'll be in that report. This is a figure of phosphorus loads to the central basin. And the loads themselves are the bars in this bar chart. There's a color coding for different sources, different tributaries. And the period of assessment is the blue shaded area to the right. The target is the red line, the 6,000 metric ton target is the red line across this graph. And the blue line that goes up and down is the influent flow of all of the combined tributaries. And what you see during this period is things have been relatively stable. We haven't seen any really big increases. We've had some bad years. We've had some good years. And load is principally related to the tributary flow. You see it goes up and down with that blue line. When we have high flow years, we have high loads. And this is a figure then of the conditions in the bottom, the dissolved oxygen conditions. Again, the period of assessment is the shaded blue area to the right. The line is the 2 milligram per liter goal. And you can see we've bounced up and down. No obvious pattern. I guess maybe one thing I'll draw to your attention, what might look like the really good year, the high point, is not the same as the low load. In fact, it corresponds to one of the bad years in terms of harmful algal blooms in the lake. So the relationship, the direct relationship between phosphorus load and hypoxia, well, there really isn't one. There are a lot more physics involved in establishing low oxygen conditions than just the load inputs in any one given year. As I say, this is from the draft 5-year binational adaptive management of Lake Erie, and that should be released sometime later this year. Well, what are we doing to combat, what else are we doing? And I'll point out a project that we received funding for, I believe it was in 2016 under NOAA's Coastal Hypoxia Research Program. I mentioned earlier that one of the problems we see in Lake Erie is with respect to drinking water. And when the drinking water intakes encounter hypoxic water, the chemistry is somewhat different than it is routinely day in and day out, and they have to change their treatment. And sometimes they have to do that quickly. Otherwise, you can get yellow, odorous water that may contain higher levels of manganese released into the distribution system. So we received funding several years ago to develop an early warning system for the drinking water intakes, to let them know when a hypoxic event might be imminent. And if you go to our website, you can see there'll be several figures like this. I believe this is something I pulled. It was about 2 weeks ago. The top row depicts temperature on the left and projected change in temperature on the right. The bottom row then is hypoxic conditions or dissolved oxygen conditions on the bottom and projected changes in dissolved oxygen conditions. And you can see, as I say, I think this was about 2 years ago, the dark blue, I'm looking to the lower left-hand figure now, indicates that hypoxia, or at least low dissolved oxygen conditions, were widespread in the Central Basin at about that time. The bottom part of the page you'll see there is a windrose on the upper left, and what this depicts are the projected wind directions over the next 4 days. I suspect that's a little hard to pick out. It's kind of a busy figure. But if there's hypoxia present along the coast, which we can tell from these maps, and there's a projected wind out of the northeast, or approximately out of the northeast, then we are likely to experience an upwelling event. And the two figures now on the upper right are cross sections of Lake Erie, running from Cleveland to Port Stanley. The top one represents the temperature throughout the water column. The bottom one represents the dissolved oxygen conditions. And you can see that the dissolved oxygen conditions on the bottom are relatively low at this date in this depiction. And again, we're standing to the east and looking to the west. In an upwelling event, what's going to happen is that dissolved oxygen is going to be pushed up along the shoreline, or the low dissolved oxygen, the hypoxic water, is going to be pushed up along the shoreline, and it's going to move into the vicinity of the drinking water intakes. And by letting them know that several days in advance, then they can prepare and have a change in treatment ready so they don't put a lot of yellow odoriferous water into the distribution system. We've been doing this for, 4 or 5 years now, I guess. One of the things we've learned is these hypoxic upwelling events almost always occur on the weekend when everybody is low-staffed. But this gives them a little bit of a heads up that something's about to happen, and they should be looking for it. And if you're on our email list, when one of these upwelling events is imminent, you get an email that looks something like this, that says conditions are such that we're likely to see this kind of event, and you should be prepared. Now, I mentioned early on that you can't really see hypoxia, but sometimes you can smell it. And there was an incident just over 2 years ago, what was it, September 2nd, 2021, in the Mentor area where they thought they had a natural gas leak. Well, it turns out it was an upwelling event that released gases from the bottom of the lake into the area around the coast. They evacuated, sometimes smell bad. And that's essentially what happens. There was this upwelling event. The lake effectively burped, if you want to think of it like that, and it caused this bad odor. It turns out that we had forecast this upwelling event, and it helped the local authorities figure out what had really happened. They knew the upwelling event had been forecast, and about that time there was the bad odor, and it turned out to be just the lake off-gassing, if you will. Well, what have we learned in the recent past? Well, one of the things we've learned is that hypoxia forms up very differently than we used to think. The prevailing wisdom was that hypoxia formed up in the deeper waters and kind of spread outward into the shallower areas. And we now have good evidence that that's not really the way it happens. In fact, well, this was a 2016 paper that said, no, hypoxia doesn't work like that. It forms up first in the shallow areas. And that's because in the shallow areas, the thickness of the hypolimnion, well, the hypolimnion is not very thick. And so the oxygen depletion occurs more quickly just because there's a lower volume of water. In fact, what we now have data to support, as well as a lot of other modeling evidence, is that it forms up sort of as a bathtub ring and then eventually fills into the deeper areas. And So a kind of a follow-on to that is that we now know that hypoxia is more extensive than had probably been captured by historical monitoring. Monitoring up until recently focused on only the very deepest areas, and there'd been periodic reports of hypoxia in some of the shallower areas. We now have, well, 6 years of data since we began this kind of monitoring to document that that's a regular occurrence every year. It forms up in the shallow areas first. It doesn't always stay there. Sometimes the water gets mixed in the shallow areas where it's more turbulent, but it moves from the shallow areas into the deeper areas. And this is just a figure of the planned monitoring, well, the monitoring that's going on now in 2023 to try and capture the full extent of hypoxia. There's a lot of different agencies involved here. The green pluses that you see the most of are USGS stations, where they have a monitoring network to measure, it's set up to measure the movement of fishes, but now they've put dissolved oxygen sensors on 75 different stations. So our data are going to be pretty extensive. The limitation is it only measures it at one depth. They measure it at the bottom. We now have 10, we meaning NOAA, plural, now has 10 different stations that, and this was originally funded under this Coastal Hypoxia Research Program project I mentioned. It's been picked up by the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative the last couple of years. But we're measuring now at surface without interference program. State of Ohio is running these transects that you see in the black lines. There's the Rayon program out of the University of Windsor. So there's going to be the most extensive data we've ever had at the close of this season, and one of the priorities will be in the spring when we actually have all the data available is to get together and see what we're learning about the full extent of hypoxia and how it forms and its evolution. So I've got a summary, and then if I have time, I have an animation that might take about 2 minutes. So is there someone in charge of this operation? Okay. So hypoxia is a long-standing problem in Lake Erie. This isn't something recent. It may not be what you hear about the most, again, because you can't see it very easily. Phosphorus reduction strategies to manage the problem have existed since the early 1970s, and there are actions in place to at least help manage the drinking water situation. That's not a cure. It's kind of a Band-Aid, but it's something that we've put in place to try and help mitigate the problem. Ongoing studies show hypoxia is more extensive and develops differently than we previously realized. As I said, it forms kind of the bathtub ring and then fills in. That's very different than what we might have believed 10 years ago. And we've got some really extensive monitoring. It was fairly extensive last year as well, but this year will exceed that, and as well as ongoing modeling efforts that's going to help us predict and measure the response of hypoxia to phosphorus changes as they occur with continuing management efforts. And word is I have time for an animation. All right. Okay, this is now the year 2021 as simulated by a model. The top figure is bottom water temperature over time. You can see there's a timer going on Tuesday, Wednesday, 16th, 17th of June. Dark oxygen, that's probably what you should focus on. And at this point, it's the end of June, and you begin to see hypoxia forming up along the Ohio shore. You also see a little bit in the western basin to the north. We're unsure if that's an artifact of the model or if that is something that occurs very strongly. There's some evidence that it occurs at least to some degree. After this year, we should have really good data to document it much better. But you can see along the shoreline, hypoxia, or at least low dissolved oxygen, tends to come and go a little bit. We're now well into July. We're at the end of July at this point, and the area is becoming bigger. And you can see it slowly spilling into the deeper area of the Central Basin. We're now into August, which August, September tend to be the peak hypoxia season, if you will. And you can see hypoxia is pretty extensive at this point. It's about the middle of August, and it moves around a little bit. It will ebb and flow just a little bit, but as a general rule, at this point, the dissolved oxygen conditions in the middle of the lake are low and quite extensive. We're now approaching the end of August. Again, you can see it's like a big amoeba, I guess, kind of moving around down there. We're now into September. It's now right about September 6th. And if this year is anything like 2021, at this point there's a pretty extensive hypoxic zone sitting in the bottom of the Central Basin. As we move into the middle of September, you're going to see that some of the closer areas along the Ohio shoreline are starting to clear up just a little bit. There we go. That was probably a wind event that caused some mixing. This is driven by ambient atmospheric data, just so it captures those events from that year. We're now into October. You can see it's starting to break up. And in just a minute here, you're going to see it breaks up very quickly. That's the very deep area now that remaining that's got the hypoxic conditions. Then it goes very quickly. This may have extended hypoxia a little longer than we tend to see it, but it gives a general idea of how this situation moves around and evolves in a given year. No 2 years are the same, but this gives some sense. That's the very deepest area. Okay, and it's starting again, and we probably don't want to see it again. So anyway, I appreciate your attention, and if I have time for questions, I'll be glad to take some.
Hi, Craig. Question about the drinking water. You sort of talked about the two phenomenon of the deep offshore and the nearshore water. Is there a particular nearshore or offshore hypoxia that's worse for drinking water? And just curious about you connecting back to that drinking water.
Yeah, I don't know. So we have data to support whether there's a real difference in the offshore versus the nearshore. You know, obviously the substrate's going to be a little bit different in the nearshore versus the offshore. One thing we found is that a fair amount of manganese can be released during hypoxic conditions. That's not something you want in your drinking water in particular, but whether that's different from the shallow or nearshore areas to the offshore areas, I'm not really sure.
Hey, Craig. So I got two. The first one might be easier. The depth
Good.
of the hypolimnium at any given point when it's hypoxic, does that vary much?
It will change throughout the summer. I mean, the general, conceptually, what you probably learned if you took undergraduate limnology is the depth of the thermocline, the area of rapid temperature change, gradually increases and then stabilizes. So that thickness of the bottom water does change over the course of a season, but it's not always the steady progression that you probably have seen in some places. In fact, there are mixing events where it'll move up and down a little bit. There are mixing, the conventional wisdom is that if there's a strong wind in a mixing event, it'll move down. The hypolimnion become thinner. Sometimes we see exactly the opposite, which suggests it's water moving in from another area. I'm not sure, but we've got a more extensive and temporally more intensive data than we've ever had before. And we're beginning to learn more about some of those things, and they're not always as we thought they were,
Nice.
of course.
So kind of in the middle of your talk, you were talking about how the amount of phosphorus isn't really lining up with what you're seeing in a given year of the extent of hypoxia. What do you think the future looks like as far as humans being able to manage Lake Erie phosphorus with pollutant reductions or any other type of goals?
It's going to take a while. The main oxygen occurs at the sediment-water interface. And so the ability to consume oxygen comes mostly from the sediment, and that can accumulate over time. There's a memory there, and that's why it's not closely associated with the phosphorus load in any given year. It's because there's sort of a stored demand in the sediments. And we've also something we've recently realized is the source of the sediment oxygen demand isn't entirely clear. We used to think of it as kind of all of the algal activity in the Western Basin kind of being swept over and deposited. There's been evidence presented in the literature in recent years that it might actually be closely related to the spring diatom bloom. And we now have good evidence that actually primary production that occurs in the Central Basin is probably greater on an aerial basis than in the Western Basin. And we don't know which of those is more important. It's probably some measure of all three of those things. We actually put in a proposal to try and sort that out a little bit. Unfortunately, the proposal was not funded, but we're trying to sneak a little bit of that in under the next CSMI next year. So.
I'm just curious, are any folks looking at the effects of hypoxia on microcystin ACE?
Not that I'm aware of. There are certainly different groups looking at hypoxia for different reasons. The fisheries people in particular are very interested in how it affects the fish populations, but I don't know as though there's any on the effect of hypoxia with respect to some of the other things that we discussed a little bit earlier. All righty.
Our next speaker this afternoon is John Witter. And John is an associate professor at OSU in Worcester. He also serves as the chair of the horticultural division within the agronomy and soils area. So for many years, John has been a leading expert on two-stage ditches. He actually completed some of the fundamental work with this as part of his dissertation at OSU, and today he's going to talk to us about flow and water quality related to two-stage ditches. John, thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate the opportunity to talk today. I took the liberty of retitling my talk a little bit to this conservation ditch design. It's sort of an umbrella term that would incorporate all of the different sorts of engineering designs that you could do within a drainage channel. You know, we've spent a lot of conservation working up on the landscape, and rightfully so, at the edge of field, but drainage ditches provide a last opportunity to provide not only the drainage that farmers and communities need, but also to improve water quality. As you're aware, this part of the world was a mosaic of wet landscapes, whether it's wet prairie, forested wetlands, swamps. And in the mid-1800s, these areas were cleared, surface drainage was brought in. Largely, the impetus for that was, to reduce malaria. So we have passage to the west so the area could be settled and developed. And as the landscape was drained, it revealed all this really productive farmland, which we could make further productive by further improvements to subsurface drainage. Here's an example of on our drain that soil profile and improve agricultural conditions. And here I am sitting in the hole where we made a connection to a main, so they're buried about 2.5 to 4 feet below the soil profile, and in a very systematic way, spaced anywhere from maybe 15 to 50 or 60 feet at the most in a pattern. So we really changed the hydrology, the way that water runs over and through the soil in this productive landscape. And I'm sorry, this is an old photo. Dr. Norman Fauzi, who's kind of a legend in the drainage research arena, provided this photo for me a long time ago, and it's a picture of a research plot. The plot in the foreground and the background were planted on the same date with the same hybrid, with the same fertilizer, and they were prepared in the same way. The only difference is that one was drained, had improved drainage, and the other did not. And that's a fairly dramatic example. It's not always that important, but farmers might argue in any given year what's more important, fertilizer or drainage. And all of these subsurface drainage systems need an outlet, and that outlet is in the form of the trapezoidal drainage ditches that you see across the landscape. Here's an example, typical trapezoidal agricultural ditch. From a civil engineering perspective, it's brilliant. It really maximizes the capacity, our ability to convey that water downstream in a minimum amount of space. And if done well, they don't aggrade, they don't silt up, they don't fall apart, and they're very stable. But from an ecological engineering perspective, this is not what nature would create. It doesn't, natural stream systems have a channel, a floodplain system, and oftentimes trapezoidal ditches will try to heal themselves, and they respond often in one of two ways. The first way would be through better bank erosion. So we may get a bank failure or a sediment deposition which forms a bar, redirects the flow, and then we often get that is typically by reconstructing the banks. The other way that channels will often respond is through sedimentation or aggradation. So a low energy system, it can't transport its sediment load. The silt can't be passed downstream, so it starts to build up, and this becomes an issue for subsurface drainage systems because there's no longer an outlet for the water from the soil profile to be drained, and typically the remedy for that is to go in and dredge or dip or clean, whatever term you like to use, to reestablish that freeboard, that outlet for the subsurface drainage systems. And lots of counties, particularly in North, to oftentimes sediments, they're just the cheapest way to spoil those is in the buffer strips right next, next to the ditch. Oftentimes they're not stabilized, they can get back in fairly easily. But that's typically how spoil management of dredged ditch sediments are handled. So years and years ago, my graduate advisor, Andy Ward, and Dan Mecklenburg from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources started to look into drainage ditches where, let me see if I can get this to work. Where within the trapezoidal ditch, they frequently noticed where there was enough width that they were getting small floodplains that built in the bottom of the ditch. And every so often, every 5 years or 10 years, the county would come in and remove those sediment deposits, and then they would start to be reestablished quickly. And the idea was that rather than coming in continuously and removing those, we might be able to make a more self-sustaining system by rather than removing those deposits, can we just widen them out at what we call this bank full or floodplain elevation to create a more self-flushing, self-sustaining system. So in a two-stage system, the first stage would be that inset channel. And then from the floodplain up to the edge of the field, that's what we would call the second stage. But that is meant to be more of a self-flushing type of system. Kind of an alternative to that is what we call self-forming channel design. And rather than leaving those floodplains in place, the idea is that we create a wider area where over time nature can take sediments from the watershed, work through the water, vegetation stabilizing them in place to create its own two-stage system. This is an example in northeast Columbus. It was a developer had purchased the property. A lot of these projects were done early on through development projects. So there was a ditch down the center of the property where they wanted to put their strip mall. So the project allowed them to move the drainage channel to the edge of the property. They actually wanted to get as much space as they possibly could because there was a flooding issue in this part of town. So the more storage or in-stream storage that they could provide to reduce downstream flooding, they got as much space. And they redirected the water, and sediment started to come in and deposit. And when you have sediment and water, you often get and nutrients, you often get vegetation coming in, and very quickly the vegetation became very vigorous, and it starts to form a channel about the width we would expect for the drainage area that was draining to that area. We have methods to predict how wide and how deep a stream might be, so that narrow width within the channel established very quickly, but we just had a very low floodplain that essentially every rain event, the water would spread out, and now you have a buffer in the bottom of the channel trapping nutrients, processing nitrogen, those sorts of processes. And you can see a few years into it, we have a sinuous stream. If you go in there and you measure the morphology of that system, you have riffles and pools. Where the floodplains are low and wet, we have wetland vegetation. Where it's built up more, we have herbaceous in. But this is nature building this system over time. It's very typically fairly inexpensive to construct because we're not constructing those features. We're letting nature do a lot of that work. And then our colleagues at ODNR, the soil scientists that look at septic systems, they come out and look at these soils and they get very excited. But all this material that's trapped on site would likely have been transported downstream otherwise. So this is what the self-form, in my opinion, what a good example of a self-forming channel design in an agricultural setting would look like. In the bottom left, the foreground, you see the original trapezoidal ditch. Upstream of that, there's been a self-forming or the wider trapezoidal ditch that's built roughly 5 additional feet on each side. So it's not taking huge areas out of production. And in fact, if we look at a plan view, an aerial view, you can see that the self-forming channel largely fit within the buffer that was there. It did have to be extended. There are programs where if you remove buffer, even if you put it into a a conservation ditch design, you have to make those wider. This particular one had a low drainage area and a low slope, so it became more wetland in character. I actually think we could force a 2-stage geometry in this if we wanted, but it's become a wetland system. It's trapping lots of nutrients, and we've done a lot of sampling of those sediments, the vegetation that's there. And my colleagues that work in wetlands get excited when they see the soils you see there in the bottom right. So that's what's accumulating on site. So as engineers, one of the things we want to do is develop, knowledge and tools to help our conservationists decide whether this is a good use of, public funding or of conservation dollars. So we've really looked at, through our engineering design tools, we can look at how much land is taken out of production. We can look at some of the operations, how much improved drainage might we get, or how frequent might the out-of-bank flooding be. From an environmental perspective, how much nitrogen, carbon, phosphorus are we retaining or releasing on site, as well as the cost. There's a cost to all of this. So a lot of our research focuses on helping to quantify these things so conservationists have tools to help landowners make informed decisions about what they might want to implement, and policymakers make decisions about what they want to support with public dollars. And I like to tell everybody, I don't think that every ditch mile that we have out there should be converted to a conservation ditch design. In fact, we have many, even the majority of the ditch miles out there might be functioning perfectly fine and not causing an environmental issue. But where landowners do have problems, I think this is one of the tools in our toolbox, just like we would put a grassed waterway where a grassed waterway belongs and we're addressing an erosion issue. This, where landowners are having issues, and we might also provide a conservation benefit. So these are just one tool in the toolbox that can be used where they make sense. I want to share a little bit of the data from our research over the years. Initially, a lot of the sites that we monitor were part of development projects. So we have about 9 urban or suburban watershed type projects, 2 agricultural ditch sites. These are not short-term data sets. They're more like 10 to 16 years. So we've followed these. We've watched these over the years. So we're pretty confident in some of the results we get. I want you to keep in mind the characteristics of these sites. They've typically been very, very short sites, so anywhere from 150 to 1,600 feet, so around 1/3 of a mile. So these aren't very massive, extensive projects. They're typically very small. They've been put on a range of slopes, so 0.06%, so something you might see in Paulding or Henry County, up to 1.1%. So we've put them out in a variety of conditions. The drainage areas are typically fairly small, from 80 to about 1,600 acres. We're not suggesting that we go out to 10 and 20 square mile watersheds where we might have good biology or good things that we want to protect and start applying these practices. These are typically going to be applied in headwater, your half square of development. They're actually fairly small relative to the area that they're treating. Kind of the basis for a lot of the research we do a lot of geomorphology measurements, or looking at how channel form and how it changes over time. On the top, you'll see this is our surveys. The green dashed line is what we measured or what we surveyed after the projects were constructed. The black line is as of our most recent survey, which I think was 2021 or 2022. So we've monitored how the bed changes, and you can see early on they were very linear, and now we've created some riffles and pool type features. We also established cross sections with monuments, so we would go back to those exact places and measure those cross sections over time to see how they changed. And you can see where we have the green dash constructed line, and then our most recent survey, the black. That's how much deposition has occurred over that period of time. We do have a few areas where the black line, our most recent survey, was below the constructed line. So there are some areas where we've had erosion or down cutting, and that would be, a detriment to the downstream watershed. And then the red line is what we project that system will build to someday. So we have equations that help us predict how wide and deep those floodplains will be. So we're actually able to make an assessment of how much additional area is there, how much additional material do we expect to be trapped on site. So let's look at those sediment material accumulation rates. If you look in the left-hand column, in the very left-hand column is our site names. And on average, these sites are growing at about 2 centimeters or slightly less than an inch a year. So the floodplains are building up. The material from the watershed is building up on those floodplains at about an inch a year. We've taken samples of that sediment and had them analyzed. The bulk density is about 0.83 grams per centimeter cubed. And to put this in perspective, the average across our sites, flour actually has about that density, that 0.8 grams per centimeter cube. And the average amount that's being deposited on our floodplains that we've created is roughly equal to a 5-pound bag of flour on 2 sheets of legal paper. So just to put that in perspective. Now, the nice thing about these is you're not just going to get a 1-year benefit. We've actually predicted how long those will continue to be sediment sinks for. And it looks like the range for our project sites were anywhere from 12 to 118 years, depending upon the site. So they will continue to be, have conservation benefits for quite a long period of time. All right, if we want to look at the nutrient accumulation by site, remember these are fairly small, 150 to 1,600 feet. It looks like on average we're collecting about 50 pounds of phosphorus per year. If we look over their lifetime to date, on average they've collected about 800 pounds of phosphorus per year. And we've done this for nitrogen and carbon as well. And if you project out when they're finally built, when their sediment sinks are filled up and they've created this compound channel system, somewhere around, they might retain around 3,000 pounds on average across these sites. We wanted to compare our system to other published literature about ecosystems that we view as valuable, our natural and constructed, our forested wetlands. So if you compare what's in the sediments that are accumulating on site, our organic matter is similar or higher than wetlands, forested, natural, constructed wetlands. The carbon and nitrogen are similar or higher. And then if we look at total phosphorus, we find that it's similar or higher in terms of concentration. But if we look at the accumulation rates, and compare it to some of the famous studies that are out there. A couple of Bill Mitch studies. He reports anywhere from 0.4 to 3.5 grams of phosphorus per meter squared per year will accumulate. He has another one on forested wetlands, about 3.5 grams per meter squared per year. Our research suggests that for our self-forming channels, we're anywhere from 3.2 to 24.9 grams per meter squared per year. And I don't think it's because we're necessarily, there's something necessarily better about self-forming channels, but we just have small treatment areas and we have a large area draining to it. So lots of sediment, lots of nutrients coming to those areas, where a wetland usually just drains a few acres or tens of acres from the adjacent watershed. We might be treating hundreds of acres from the watershed. So they seem to be really productive in terms of phosphorus retention. One of the things we were concerned about, you hear about legacy phosphorus. Well, what if we're trapping this in the waterway? Is it processing and potentially releasing it into a soluble form that's going to fuel some of the algae blooms? So we floodplains. Here happens to be one that was a two-stage ditch, so you can see in the dark soils, that's where we had deposited sediments, versus the oranger or more clay soils where the two-stage ditch was excavated into subsoil. So we've done a lot of measurements. We worked with Dr. Gregory Noe at the USGS. He has a method called in situ resin cores. So he basically used these beads that capture all the phosphate and nitrogen ions that are coming in either through the overlying water column. So you can see we have about a 5-centimeter soil core in the center of a tube that we collect from the floodplain. If I can get it to advance. So what we have is on top of our soil core, we have 3 bags of these ion exchange resin beads. And the top bag will capture any nitrogen or phosphorus, soluble phosphorus or nitrogen coming in from the overlying water column. The very bottom bag of beads actually captures what's coming in from the floodplain and the groundwater. The 2 dark bags next to our soil core are actually capturing what's been mineralized and potentially re-released into the surface water or the groundwater. And then the 2 bags in the middle are actually our check bags. We're hopefully not measuring any nitrogen and phosphorus in the center. That's our check bag to make sure there's no cross-contamination. To make a long story short, we measured this at 1 site for 2 years and 2 sites for 1 year. And what we found is that on average, depending on how we analyze it, we're releasing anywhere from 0.3, potentially releasing anywhere from 0.3 to 1 gram per meter squared per year. So we're capturing 3 to 25, and we're potentially releasing 0.3 to 1. Made in other ecosystems, swamps, wetlands, restored stream systems. This is very consistent with the numbers that they report in the published literature. Last thing I want to talk about is at some point, these systems will fill up, and we may want to restart them. To start off this research, we just did some simple pot tests in a greenhouse. We did field soils, which you see on the left, and then the ditch soils, which you see on the right. One of the things we noticed early on is there were lots of weeds that germinated as well, and we knew that would be a concern to farmers. So we did here's the example after about 6 or 7 weeks in the greenhouse. We had our field, that was the corn we grew, planted the same date, watered in the same fashion. Our field soils on the left and ditch sediment. So what the farmers were telling us, hey, where I put some of these spoils, I actually grow really good crops. We were able to kind of confirm that through a simple greenhouse experiment, but we wanted to look at the weed issue because we knew farmers would ask the question. So from 3 regions of Ohio, west, northwest, and northeast, we grabbed sediments from 3 ditches each, so 9 total sites. And then we made bins, these mesocosms. We had 4 replicates. For about 45 days, we kept them around 50 degrees in the greenhouse. annuals, and then we cranked it up to about 80 degrees Fahrenheit to get those summer weeds to germinate. We ID'd every one, we weighed them, and then we actually looked based on what species we found. We looked on the chemical herbicide labels to see if the common chemicals that farmers use to control weeds would actually deal with what we were able to germinate. In every case, common chemicals dealt with the weeds that were germinated. So this hopefully will not be an impediment to adopting this sort of practice should somebody choose to do it someday. Would be interested in would be yield, right? So if I'm going to go to the effort to dip my ditch and then put the sediments on the field, there's a cost to that. So what would be the yield benefit potentially from doing it? So we did small plot research, 40-foot long plots, 4-row planter, and we did 8 different treatments: the field with chemical fertilizers, sediment with fertilizers. We also did some treatments with subsoil and with manure as well. I'm not going to share those today, but we applied those amendments to the field. We made observations throughout the growing season. I actually think there's some management practices we could do in our sediment amended plots to make them even better, but here was our results. We had a 2-year rotation, 1 year, first year of corn and the second year of soybeans. And here's the 2 we're going to focus on. The first 2 are the control, so that's the field with no fertilizer, the field with chemical fertilizer, our sediment amended and sediment plus fertilizer amended plots. So control field by itself, about 188 bushels per acre over the 5 replications. Where we added chemical fertilizer, it was significantly higher, 213, so about a 25 bushel yield increase by adding chemical fertilizers. Where we just had sediment alone, we had an average yield of 221 bushels, not significantly different from the chemical fertilizers, but 8 bushels higher on average. And where we added the sediment plus fertilizer, we had 242 bushels. So it seemed like in that first year with the corn rotation, we had an increase in yields. Second year, we just no-till soybeans into the plots. And what we found is on average about an 8 bushel, in our sediment amended plots, we had about an 8 bushel per acre increase in soybean yields for both sediment plots relative to the control field where there were no fertilizers or chemical fertilizers. Last sort of management recommendations that we had, we do think that there needs to be, to convince farmers to do this, there may be some cost share assistance for the initial construction, which our H2 Ohio program is doing, and ODA is doing an excellent job of rolling that out. We need to test some vegetation types. Are there ways to increase how much sediment retention there might be through, switchgrasses, through other types of vegetation? I like moderate length projects distributed broadly across the watershed. I think we can target some direct tributaries to large rivers where if sediment gets into the large river, it's not really processed by the watershed. So I think we could do some targeting if we wanted to increase that. And then I think we can use some byproducts to enhance the retention of phosphorus or to limit or mitigate the release of phosphorus back into the overlying water column. One of the very best sites we had was downstream of a steel mill where a lot of iron had accumulated in the system and really retained more phosphorus. So perhaps there's an opportunity to utilize some byproducts to enhance that retention. And with that, I can either be done or answer a few questions if there's time.
John, I'm Laura Campbell from Michigan Farm Bureau, and your presentation is really fascinating, particularly in the idea that you might be able to have some conservation benefits with potentially a smaller footprint than a 2-stage ditch, because that's a big concern that I hear from farmers, north of the state line they say, hey, two-stage ditches are great in some places, but I don't want one because it takes up too much of my, of my farming area. And you mentioned that you're able to calculate, sort of amounts of sediment load and location in the channel. Are you also able to calculate sort of drainage area per length and width needed for the conservation ditch so that you can kind of show a farmer this is what you would be looking at for construction?
Yeah, so I think the self-forming would probably take the same amount of space as a two-stage ditch, and that is the largest concern with adoption. So I think the best place to promote them is where it's solving a landowner problem, and where the use of public dollars to make that happen, where there's going to be a benefit, can help offset that cost, or maybe I know I've heard somebody say the term, let's buy their discomfort. I've looked at it if you have a 40-acre field, basically 1,320 feet by 1,320 feet, and there's a ditch running down the middle of it, they can lose about 0.6 acres. And looking at land costs, $8,000 to $12,000, they could be losing $5,000 to $7,000 worth of land. So if you're not solving a problem that they have, so those other acres can be more productive, I would question where where the benefit is. Maybe there's only 5 to 10% of ditches that would benefit from this, but that's still thousands upon thousands of miles of ditches where there's an opportunity for this. So I agree that's one of the drawbacks, and in some places it doesn't make sense, but where we can solve a landowner issue, I think it's probably likely going to be a good use of funding. Thank you, John. Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Our next speaker today is Asmita Murumkar. Asmita recently joined the extension team at Ohio State as a field specialist focused on ecosystem services. Thank you. Prior to this, I was able to work with Asmita when she was a postdoctoral scholar in food, ag, and bioengineering at OSU. In Asmita's new role, she's focused on carbon research, soil health, and watershed modeling. And today she's going to talk about using watershed models within the Western Lake Erie Basin. Asmita, we have a new picture for you.
Thank you. Yep. To get it down. Thank you, Dr. Marty, for the introduction. It is a pleasure to be presenting on this stage and sharing the work our team does. I want to thank the OISC grant for helping sustain this effort over the years through their HABRI program and stakeholder engagement. Although I'm presenting the work today, there is a huge team behind the scene. Some of those are present in this room and attending online. This is a joint effort with my colleague from OSU, Dr. Margaret Kalsick from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Dr. Kevin Sujaski and his team from the University of Toledo, and Dr. Kevin King from USDRS. As well as we have the huge input from our Maumee Watershed Modeling Stakeholder Advisory Group. And not the least, definitely the funding source to keep this effort going and improving over the 7-8 years. So today I'm going to talk about the watershed model, that soil and water assessment tool, what it is, and our field scale Maumee River watershed model in the past, and how we are really improving using the remote sensing data and emerging data sources, and as well as the conservation practice improvement using the age of field data. And this improved model we are going to use to test the water quality benefits of H2 Ohio practices. Definitely the modeling this H2 Ohio practices scenarios and guidance on future implementation plan. This is the schematic representation of SWOT model, soil and water assessment tool, that can predict water quantity, water quality, that nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment load at field and watershed scale. You can see the SWOT takes the data inputs, that streams, topography, soil, land use, land management, and climate. And we can use this SWOT model to test the scenarios, the conservation practices, as well as targeting sub-basin and This is our field scale SWOT model published in 2021 by Anna Apostol. And you can see how this SWOT model basically is divided into the smaller landscape unit. And that's the effort from the, I can say, in the past we have Dr. Margaret Kasich presented this multi-model result in 2018 on this stage. And that time we have a huge team involved, that University of Michigan, Toledo, Heidelberg, Limnotech, and many more partners. And I really acknowledge their contribution to the foundation of our and thus we are heading towards the checking our model is working at sub-watershed as well as the field scale resolution. And you can see as a field scale resolution, there are many inputs we are trying to bring on board. Based on you can see in today's morning and then afternoon session, we can see the information into our model and see if model is working properly, and to use that model for reach the water quality benefits at the outlet. And there are many inputs required, and we use the edge of field data, remote sensing to bring this effort on board. So why we are really improving, we really want to see the impact of H2O practices at field scale and watershed level. So these are the 10 practices H2O recommended. In the Maumee River Basin, currently we are not able to simulate the two-stage ditch impact in our model. But definitely, John, we can talk about more, and we would really want to bring that on board and see the impact, to see the impact of two-stage. I will talk about in detail. This is our project watershed model improvement and its application to H2O water quality benefits. We have 3 objectives: mapping of this crop management practices at field scale and incorporate into the watershed model, and see that our model is working properly at outlet as well as upstream, and use that model to test some H2O practices. So one thing is like mapping of remote sensing. We see in the past, we randomly placed these practices, for example, crop rotation, cover crop, or tillage practices in our model. But with the help of remote sensing data and with the help of a field level resolution of our smaller unit of the model, we can really bring this data into the model, and it's really improved our model. This is the emerging data sources we are using to upgrade our model, definitely remote sensing data. In that we use cover crops, corn, soybean, and winter wheat rotation, tillage practices, and filter strips. So we know the locations in the past, like we are right now using 2008 to 2022 as our duration, and we are like every year which type of corn group at that particular field we are implementing in our model. And in the past, soil test phosphorus, we only had one single median values in our field level, but now, with the help of county level STP distribution, we are applying to heterogeneous representation of soil P values, and you saw in the morning 2 presentations on STPs, and that's how we are trying to bring that information in our model. Definitely the manure, in the past we used 2012 data, K4 locations, but recently with the help of environmental working group, we are updating our K4 location, animal counts, and trying to bring that information in our current model. The Cast et al. 2020 used the mass balance and spatial correlation technique to incorporate this manure into our model. And definitely we are focusing on the STP's values and crop needs. And then inorganic fertilizer, definitely the county level or the tri-test recommendation, as per the plant needs we are using, and we are only applied where the manure does not meet the plant needs. With addition to this, there are some link practices, for example, subsurface phosphorus application, tile drainage, tile parameters, and wetland locations. We are also incorporating this information in our improved model. So the University of Toledo instrumenting the completing of this first objective, that's like what we can bring the tillage practices, cover crop, crop rotation, and filter strips. Kudos to the team, job well done. And right now we are at the stage of 2 and 3 in terms of project status. So this is just one example I'm giving how we are really incorporating the cover crop change, like what was in the past and how we are really improving. In the past model, we just have 10% cultivate row crops received cover crops, and that is randomly placed. We don't know the locations that time. And definitely with the improved consideration, we definitely increase the diversity of our cover crop type and as well as refund replacement of these cover crop using the remote sensing data. This is just one example, same type, the different type of tillage practices, and so on. Nutrient applications is definitely, I mentioned about the STP distribution, and you can see the spatial distribution of this phosphorus level. Then based on that, we are applying the phosphorus from manure, and you can see the range, spatial range, and then phosphorus from the inorganic fertilizer. I just want to mention you, like here we are just using 2017 and then other data. We are not like really dynamic seeing the change in the K4 location on animal counts, though we are just considering the static information from 2017 and putting into the model. So additional link practices, I talked about that, like a subsurface fertilizer application, wetland location, and you can see the green colors is the HRU, like a landscape, fieldscape containing the wetlands. Then tile drainage, definitely you can see the MOM is like really heavily under the tile drainage system. And I'm going to talk about how we are like really improving tile drainage parameter in our current model. So you can see the percentage of the tile drains on poorly drained soils. In the past, the baseline is basically in the past, we only had 2 drain spacing in our model. But with the help of Ohio Drainage Guide, which use the soil series and drainage class, so now we have some fields, like a really heterogeneous distribution of high intense drainage field and low intense drainage field. So we are really dividing that into like drain spacing 30, 35, 40, 50, and 60 feet spacing. And definitely we are taking some help from the edge of field data as well. So, okay, we improve our model, try to bring most of the information, ground truth reality information in our model. So now, how do you know the model is working? So definitely with the help of edge of field monitoring data, that's hydrology and water quality, as well as USGS location Heidelberg network, we are running the model in the past and trying to tweak some parameters to bring that at the certain level. And then after that, we are saying, okay, our model is good. Now we can use to test some scenarios. That's what we are doing. In the past, we only tweaked at the water well. Right now, we are focusing on Tiffin, Blanchett, and water well locations. And that's the in yellow marked on the map. You can see there are some pink marked locations also, and we are using that as a validating gauge, because based on the data availability in the past temporal, spatiotemporal variability into that. So we are just using that as a validation point in our model. And then definitely we are using the validation of edge of field practices. Okay, we know the model is working in terms of hydrology and water quality at this location, but what about the different practices, conservation practices, impact of cover crop, drainage water management? That's how we rely heavily on edge of field practice and seeing our model is performing well for these practices or not. And then we can really use this model to see the watershed level impact of any conservation practices. So coming back to H2O practices, predicting current and future benefits of the program, we laid the 3 different objectives, and definitely water quality benefits of H2O top 10 practices except the 2-stage. And we are here seeing the practice sensitivities. I will come back to that, what that practice sensitivity means. Evaluation of practices applied in the Maumee watershed through H2I till that, I can say 1 to 3 years of duration, and then guidance on the future implementation plan. I really acknowledge our Maumee Watershed Modeling Stakeholder Advisory Group. We were working with them last 7-8 years, and we got the really nice input in terms of our model improvement, and also developed some scenarios ground to reality. So that's really helpful. So, and then for developing for this scenario, we had 2 different groups, and we worked with the H2 Ohio managers to start develop that different scenarios, and got some guidance from our stakeholder group, big stakeholder group. And these are the many partners. You can see the state agencies, nonprofit, and community organizations. So, in 2019, H2I program is launched, and definitely I think Terry Mesher is going to talk about the dashboard and everything after my presentation. The year 2, like basically in 2020 or 2021, I mentioned about the practice sensitivity. That means like we are running the model, just see the practice at one time. What is the potential high impact of cover crop? So running the practice at one time. Okay, what is the potential benefit of if we implement the drainage water management, highest potential of water quality benefits? So I'm just giving here 2 examples. Subsurface nutrient application. In baseline, that means the improved model, we have 10% of cropland. And in scenario, based on the stakeholders' input, we are going to increase that to 23% of cropland and see how much impact or how much benefit we can get from the subsurface nutrient application. Similar to the drainage water management, in our improved model, we don't have like 0% of cropland, and we're going to increase that the 10% and see the highest benefit of drainage water management. The year 3, that is like a 2020, because it's launched in 2019, but 2020 to 21, 1 to 3 years of the program. The current, we got in like basically HUC 12 level H2I rates from the ODA, and we are implementing the HUC 12 level information in our model and see the till date impact of this H2I program. Okay, what's next? Which year we will reach the target? So, and that's our future implementation plan. Continue enrollment of 5 acres, 5% acres per year, the HUC level or the field level, and we are going to run the model if we have a 5-year of funding, 10-year of funding, or how many years of funding we need to reach the target. And that's the future guidance for the H2I program. Sorry about the... Okay, stay tuned. I mentioned that we are at the stage of 2nd and 3rd objective. We will have the calibrated model by next month. And the preliminary H2I practices sensitivity result, we are going to discuss with our H2I manager first. And we are hoping to have our annual meeting again in January to get some feedback from our bigger Maumee watershed stakeholder advisory group, and the final submission of these results to the funding agency, definitely the HABRI, is Feb 2024. I think that's the due date for the final report too. I just want to mention, along with this, the HABRI OLEC project, there are more modeling projects going on, and we are trying to improve our model in many ways, based on the field studies, based on the stakeholder recommendation and everything. One is like representation of legacy PFAS. Jay talked about that. Cold season hydrology, we are in the cold region. Soil health indicators is really important. We are trying to bring that information also. Phosphorus transport via trial drainage and in-stream processing. We are not only focused on the Maumee, definitely Jay talked about the pilot watershed project, but we are also focusing on Delphos watershed, Old Woman Creek, and as well as Upper Saito River watershed in terms of modeling effort. With this, thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, so when you talk about soil health indicators, I'm curious about that. What do you we always use that phrase soil health. What are you thinking in that space?
So I was not involved in that project, definitely, but we have some team members here if you want to answer on that, but
Sure, I'll take the credit for it. Mainly because Dr. Margaret Kalsig is in Wisconsin right now, so she can't speak for us. She trusted me with the project when she left for Wisconsin, so I'm the current lead on that project. What we're looking at is the current SWOT model. What it does is it takes soils from the entire watersheds, assigns properties to those soils, physical, chemical, biological, and it just resets those properties over time. Every year it's going to come back to the same levels. What we're trying to do is there has been a lot of discussion about how we're implementing cover crops on, what, million acres now or so. Is there a long-term impact that happens in organic matter that would eventually affect the transport of these nutrients at the watershed levels? So we essentially identified some gaps in the process representation in SWOT model, and we're trying to improve question.
Folks in this audience have processing subset in there too. Again, I may be putting
yeah, so I just
that takes what comes from the edge of field and drops it into the western basin of Lake Erie. And so what Jim Hood's work will do, which I think you're referencing here, is then talk about, are those rivers acting as sources or sinks? And so I'm guessing that you can find a way through the SWOT model to figure out a contribution or a drawdown of those nutrients as it moves from edge of field to Lake Erie. Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, that's correct. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we've made it to our final speaker for this afternoon, and that is Terry Mesher. And Terry serves as the H2 Ohio Program Director at the Ohio Department of Agriculture. I've had the chance to work with many people involved with water quality and agriculture production in Ohio, and for me and many of my colleagues, we're very thankful to work with Terry and the collaboration he supports. And in this way, Terry's work not only benefits ODA and the H2 Ohio program, but many other programs within the Lake Erie Basin. As an example of that, and personal to me, the pilot watershed would definitely not be happening without Terry's support and collaboration, so I'm really thankful to that. And so today, Terry is going to talk about the new H2 Ohio dashboard and program updates.
Yep.
This if you hold it down and shine it on that.
What button are you on?
The top one.
The top one. Okay.
That's your pointer.
All righty. All right. All right. Well, thank you, Jay. Before I start here, I guess, when I was asked to give this presentation, I was asked to give a H2 Ohio dashboard update and a program update. And as I prepared my presentation, I remembered program update and did not as much H2 Ohio dashboard update. So I've got some stuff on the H2 Ohio dashboard, but really what I wanted to do as I go through this is really talk about what our experience at ODA has been over the last 4 years in trying to develop the H2 Ohio program. From my perspective, I became active in the H2 Ohio program in November of 2019. In November of 2019, and as Smita shared those practices up on the screen earlier, November of 2019, the H2 Ohio program was a paper that had those 10 practices on them. So we gathered our team together, me and 3 other folks at ODA, along with several representatives from soil and water districts and other conservation groups up in the Western Lake Erie Basin, started talking. We started putting the actions together. If we're going to talk about nutrient management plan, what does that mean? If we talk about subsurface placement, what are the rules of the game, so to speak? Over the next 6 weeks, we put together the actual program requirements, the practices, the payment schedules, the nitty-gritty detail of what was going to be needed to satisfy that, what the documentation coming back from the producer would be before they would get reimbursed for that practice. Then January 1, we pretty much had the program architecture built. We reviewed that with stakeholders on the environmental side as well as agricultural groups, and in February of 2020, we rolled out the program. Our goal, and I can remember this, it was at a meeting with the Ohio Agricultural Conservation Initiative. Our goal at that time, February 1 of 2020, was to hopefully get maybe 250,000 acres enrolled in the program. Hopefully get some of those practices started, so on and so forth. By March 15 of that year, right when we were closing down for COVID, we had approximately 1.1 million acres enrolled in the program and over $180 million in requests. So to say that the program took on a life of its own immediately is the understatement of at least of my 25-year career. So when we look at the practices that we're working on within H2 Ohio, one of the things that we recognized early on is our goal is to have a 40% reduction coming from the Maumee Basin for the Ohio footprint. For us in ODA, the contribution coming out of the Maumee annually from a phosphorus standpoint, and I'll ask any of the researchers and scientists to correct me if I'm wrong, I think that number is about 2.5 million pounds is the baseline load that we're working with. Our goal for the 40% reduction is about 1 million pounds per year. It's great that it works out to be nice round numbers for us to remember. From the non-point source, from across the rural landscape, we're looking to achieve about an 800,000 pound per year reduction. So that's kind of our goal, and when we saw that goal, we quickly realized that whatever we did for a footprint would have to have a very large footprint. We heard some of the speakers earlier talk a little bit about how much phosphorus is lost on the average per acre and some of those sort of things. If there was a small footprint, if there was one area or a subset that was generating most of this loss, we would target our focus or our thoughts and our efforts that way. There doesn't seem to be an obvious culprit, a silver bullet, so to speak. So what we did was, within our practices, you saw the list up there very earlier, but we decided to focus on all the cropland management practices. The cropland management across our 24 county project area, there's roughly 4.3 million acres of cropland across those 24 counties. We selected the practices that were able to be implemented on any one of those acres. If it grew crops, the practices that we were looking at were being able to be implemented. Give us at ODA an opportunity to have a very large footprint very quickly. So we focused on nutrient management plans. At the end of the day, this is a nutrient reduction program focused on phosphorus and nitrogen. The cheapest way to reduce a loss is to avoid the application of nutrients that aren't needed. That's the purpose of the nutrient management plan. Step one was to make sure the nutrients that are being applied are needed based on an agronomic threshold. Then the next practices that we started to implement, the phosphorus placement, the manure incorporation. The target for those practices was to reduce the likelihood of those nutrients being lost once applied. So those were the next practices supported. And then lastly were some of the overwintering cover, the small grains, the forages. And again, the goal for those practices was twofold. Number one was to reduce erosion rates across the board. Historically, we've done a great job across Northwest Ohio at reducing sediment into the Western Lake Erie Basin. But a second thing it also does is it also helps scavenge excess nutrients or available nutrients at the end of the growing season and through the wintertime. So those were the primary practices that we were looking forward to. And as you look, for the Maumee, our initial enrollment into H2 Ohio was about 1.1 million acres. Our total enrollment across those 1.1 million acres for a 3-year contract was about $128 million. somewhere between $41 and $45 million annually. And the initial program rollout and some of the effects of pandemic allowed for an inflated enrollment. And what I will say is we look at this, some of these enrollment numbers are definitely inflated. We had a very condensed application period, new program, a lot of excitement. We had a lot of folks signing up a lot of acres that realistically they weren't going to be able to get all those acres implemented. We then expanded the program in 2021 to include the rest of the Western Lake Erie Basin. So our original project area were the 14 counties that cover the vast majority of the Maumee Basin. We rolled that out in early 2020. We started to deliver those practices in that area in 2021. And then we expanded and took enrollment in the additional 10 counties, starting in 2021 with the development of those nutrient management plans then in 2022. So by the time we got done with this enrollment, we had approximately $200 million in H2 Ohio practices. At this point, we had actively engaged in the program about 1.4 to 1.5 million acres of cropland enrolled in the program. That's not acres of best management practices, that's unique cropland acres enrolled in the program. And 2,400 contracts to manage across 24 different counties. Now, I set all that up, and I talk about the timeline a little bit just to share that we did a lot of work initially to try to build the program and make sure we were able to implement the practices and get them implemented in a manner that would deliver the water quality effects that we were looking for. We were very successful, had a very successful enrollment. We got a lot of acres, we got a lot of producers involved. However, through all of that process, one of the things that we didn't think about was how are we going to manage all these contracts and how are we going to report all these practices? We didn't have any contract management software. All the contracts to date, are still being managed on paper. So reporting for us and the new dashboards has become a very high priority, number one, and a difficult task at the very least. We do have H2 Ohio dashboards. They were released about 8 to 9 months ago. And as you look at those dashboards, you can find them on the Data Ohio portal. What I do if I want to find them is I go to Google and I type in H2 Ohio dashboards. The second or third link that is seen will take you right to these dashboards. We have developed the dashboards, and within the dashboard, we are reporting all of the enrollments across each county for each practice that we have in our programming across our H2 Ohio practices. It does include data from ODNR and EPA as well. I'm not nearly as familiar with their data. I am fairly familiar with our data from the ODA standpoint. When you go into ODA's dashboard, you'll see some of these graphics. ODA is providing the data that is linked to the county as well as to the watershed. So within that dashboard, you can look up data for a particular county. You can look up the data and enrollment for a particular watershed. All of that reporting is laying in there, and you can parse that information either which way. You can look at practices for 21, 22, 23, 24, based on either the Maumee project area or the Western Lake Erie Basin, or the Western Lake Erie Basin expansion area. That said, what we are reporting in here are enrolled practices and completed practices. So one of the concerns that we at ODA had is a dashboard, you know, that implies something very dynamic. You look at it today and you look at it tomorrow, it'll be something different. The fact that we are working with 2,400 independent business owners across 24 counties on a paper system makes our reporting lag fairly large at times. So we are working to improve it, but what I will say is that within what we're doing on the reporting side is what is reflected here in the dashboard. We update that every month. We go through our systems, our data management system, and once a practice is paid, then we report those completed practices back to the dashboard. We update those numbers every month. The challenge that we had is our reporting is all based on a reimbursement process. So when we work with our producers, what we do is we sign a contract. That contract establishes what ground, what practices, and the payment rates for those practices. We share with them what has to be done to earn those dollars. The participant, the farmer, goes out and completes those practices. Once completed, then they come in and certify it, say, I've got these practices done on these acres, and here's my documentation to demonstrate that I've done it. Then the folks at the local soil and water district or us at ODA will confirm that information and then complete payments. As we go through that whole process, realistically, for us to report completed practices as we're set up and as we can right now in H2 Ohio, we're typically reporting practices from last year. We report completed practices for 2022 in May, June of 2023. So again, the dashboard implies something very dynamic. We're reporting last year's data. We're hoping to get to a better spot. I think as we talk a little bit about some of the changes that we're making to the program, it'll allow us to be a lot more nimble within our reporting and a lot more accurate in our reporting. But again, the reporting that you see here, keep in mind as we talk about some of the granularity of it and some of those sort of things, all this data here is based off of individual paper contracts for an individual producer across those 24 different soil and water districts. So that's where we're at on the dashboards. We are looking to improve our reporting and streamline some of that reporting. And I want to discuss that a little bit by just looking at our H2 Ohio budget that was approved on late June here for fiscal years 24 and 25. The H2 Ohio program for ODA, the 24-25 budget, gives about $60.6 million each fiscal year to ODA to implement the H2 Ohio program. For those of you that are really into the budgeting, on paper this looks like it's about a 15% increase in ODA's funding towards the program. In reality, it's more of pretty much a flat line item within the budget called the Soil and Water Phosphorus Program. That provided about $10.7 million in 22-23 budget. That went from 10.7 to 0. Our H2 Ohio budget went from 49.7 to 10.6. So overall support for H2 Ohio practices at ODA, pretty much level funding, which we are very happy for the support that we're getting for that. What we're going to do as we move through 24 and 25, we're going to continue to focus on the cropland management practices. We are still convinced that the best way to start to reduce these nutrient losses, especially on the phosphorus, is take a broad-ranged look at all the cropland out there. There are certainly areas where we can focus our efforts. There's certainly going to be more data that comes out where we can better target our initiatives and target our efforts. But at this point in time, we are convinced that the best place for us to spend our funding right now, given the information we have, is trying to bring everybody up to a better nutrient management position. We are going to encourage some structural practices such as conservation channels and drainage water management structures. We're also putting some effort into some research and evaluation efforts. You've heard about some of those efforts already today, as well as program administration for the ODA and SWCED levels. And I do have to, probably don't give proper credit to the folks within the soil and water districts. At ODA across this program, I have 5 people working on this program. We have a huge partner in the soil and water district folks at each county level. They are integral to our delivery. They are the face. They are the face of the H2 Ohio program to the agricultural community. They are the ones that are working through the contracts and delivering this program to the producers and looking to get the practices implemented out across the cropland. Looking ahead, as we look into this budget, currently our overall footprint is somewhere around 1.4 or 1.5 million acres. That is approximately 32 to 33% of the cropland in that entire 24 county area. So as you go up and down 75 or across Route 24, 3 or 4 out of every 10 fields you pass are actively enrolled in part of the H2 Ohio program. It's a magnificent footprint for us to work on. Probably a little bit larger than what we're comfortable with, given our work staff, but we're making the best of it. For our goals as we look forward, our goal by the end of fiscal year 2025 is to have a 2 million acre footprint across these 24 counties. The only thing magical about 2 million is it's a nice round number, and it's really close to 50% of the cropland. That's what's driving that number. We will be accepting, just had a H2 Ohio rollout meeting last night. We will be accepting applications for the H2 Ohio Best Management Practices for crop year 2024 and 2025 across these starting. Our goal is to ramp up our participation across these 14 counties to 1.5 million acres. That's a goal. I think realistically, I'm hoping we can get close to 1.2. If we can get to 1.2, that puts us in a really good position to reach that overall goal of a 2 million acre footprint across the entire 24 county area that you're looking at on your screen. We are looking at some expansion. Certainly, the state of Ohio is plugging in Ohio tax dollars to support this program. We've got programming in 24 counties. There leaves 64 counties that don't have any H2 Ohio programming coming from ODA. We are looking to do some expansion outside of the Western Lake Erie Basin. That is probably going to focus initially on the development of nutrient management plans. And from my perspective, as we look at the rollout that we're looking at outside of the Western Lake Erie Basin is more geared towards building capacity and building the connections to have a very robust H2 Ohio program delivered in fiscal years 26 and 27. I think what we want to do from ODA's perspective and the soil and water districts is build some knowledge, build some capacity to handle a larger program, and we're going to do that with concentrating on nutrient management plans. Our goal is to get about a 500,000 acre footprint outside of the Western Lake Erie Basin while we still continue to focus on that cropland, those row crop management practices. As we look at our plans for the Western Lake Erie Basin, we're still going to be committing about $50 million annually to grow that current footprint from 1.5 to beyond that. We are going to be using any of our carryover dollars to also fund that programming in that 24 county area. So again, as I said, we're accepting new applications for 2024 and 2025 in the Maumee project area. As we get into next calendar year, we will evaluate our overall sign up and our available funds, and we will be looking to take some new applications and or extend current contracts in the Western Lake Erie Basin counties as well. For the statewide program and for everything we do, I want to focus a little bit on what the foundation for the program is. We talked a little bit about having that 1.4 million acre footprint. Every one of those acres that's enrolled in the program has to have an updated nutrient management plan with it. What does that mean? It means that across those acres, each one of those fields, we have a current soil test. So that soil test is 4 years old or less, or really less than 4 years old. We have the crop rotation and yield goals for that producer. And then the most important part of this overall plan is this one right here. I said we've got current soil tests. We're using the current crop rotation and yield. But really the nuts and the bolts of a nutrient management plan that we use for H2 Ohio really starts to hit the rubber starts to hit the road with that nutrient recommendation. We are using OSU's Tri-State Fertilizer Guide to make sure that the nutrients that are planned, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and the potassium, are needed for the crop production and the soil test levels to support that crop production. We have lots and lots of acres where the nutrient management plan comes back with a 0 application for nitrogen or for phosphorus, a 0 application for potassium. And in order to receive program incentives, the producer has to come back to us and show that they put on 0 pounds of phosphorus on those acres and 0 pounds the other nutrients. So that's why we built the nutrient management plan as the foundation for the program. As we look at our changes, we are really trying to streamline the program. Originally, we looked at the H2 Ohio program as being kind of an a la carte conservation menu for a producer, that they could, once they had the nutrient management plan developed, they could pick and choose the practices that fit that field, and again, afforded the producer tremendous flexibility. They could tailor the program to each individual field, which was great. However, that flexibility also leads to a lot of complexity when we're trying to administer a program. So as we look at our second version of H2 Ohio, we are trying to streamline the program by essentially bringing our 7 practices that we were offering through the H2 Ohio program down to 4. What that affords us is to do, and the changes that we've made, we are still incentivizing the exact same activities as we were previously, but we've simplified the overall process and we streamlined the overall administrative costs as well as the nuts and bolts to the program. We are going to be going to a 2-year contract. Some of our funding levels have required going to a 2-year contract versus a 3-year contract, which is what we had originally done. We are going to be looking at automating some of the SWCD processes. As I told you and I mentioned earlier that we had this program, we got it off the ground, and we had no contract management software to speak of. I think that's going to be where I'm going next, is we are implementing, and currently we are deploying some H2 Ohio program management software. It's a tool or a software developer called MyFarms. And what MyFarms is going to do, and actually the software developer is great. I live in Mercer County, just south of Salina. The software developer actually resides in Portland. So 14 miles from my house is where the software developer lives. It's a pretty big coincidence. MyFarms, we will be using MyFarms to develop the contracts, to manage enrollment, to conduct contract management at the soil and water or ODA levels. The software will also conduct a preliminary review of the voluntary nutrient management plan to make sure that the voluntary nutrient management plans that are submitted are in line with our required practice standards. Before we had, currently, any VNMP that we review, this part right here, it's a soil and water district technician looking through paper to verify that the recommendations meet our standards. It's a very time-consuming process. Then ultimately, we're also going to be completing our practice certification and verification through that platform, as well as initiate our program payment processes to Beehive. And Beehive is our data management system that we use at soil and water districts for fiscal, for HR, and all those other things. We have launched the MyFarms applications on September 5th. In order to automate the process, one of the first things that we've got to populate the software with is the actual nutrient management plan. The nutrient management plan for phase 1, we are continuing to pay for the development of that plan. Primarily now, 3 months ago, our intention was not to pay for the development of the plans. We did that last year. We have a set of plans. However, in order to automate some of the processes, we need to update the plans, number 1. But 2, we also have to get all that information uploaded into this software platform so we can use that information to guide our overall enrollment processes into H2 Ohio. For the VNMP implementation, originally when we had the program, we were paying $2 an acre to implement that nutrient management plan. And ODA, we said, hey, the nutrient management plan is the cornerstone of the program. It is the foundation. And yet on a per acre basis, it was the lowest incentive paid. So we've upped that incentive for the VNMP implementation to better reflect where its overall importance is in the program itself. A couple of things that we like to talk about as far as once nutrients are required to develop or to achieve that yield goal, our goal at ODA is to minimize the opportunity for those nutrients to run off once applied. We do that through our placement practices as well as our manure incorporation and utilization practices. You'll see that for the manure incorporation and utilization, those payments there are fairly high. And our thinking behind this is that manure that is generated in a watershed will be applied in the watershed. Those are nutrients that are in the watershed. Any commercial fertilizer that we put in and apply in Ohio are imported from another state or from another country, but needless to say, none of those commercial fertilizers originate within the Western Lake Erie Basin watershed. Our goal and our approach is to, through these incentive rates, is to look at manure and to replace as much commercial fertilizer with manure as possible. If we can move, and our goal is to move manure from ground that doesn't need the manure to grow a crop and put it on a field that does need those nutrients to produce a crop, and replace commercial fertilizers at the same time. So we had to do a lot of explaining to some of the folks in the ag industry and the retail industry to get that point across, but we've got pretty good buy-in from the agricultural industry as a whole for this. We will be accepting the applications on the new enrollment through the end of the calendar year. We may extend it a little bit beyond that. We've got a lot of work to do between now and then, but we will be accepting those applications at least through the year. And then finally, our phase 2 contracts, the contracts that have the actual practices assigned to an actual field for crop year 2024 and 2025, ODA will be signing and obligating those dollars to those contracts in early calendar year 2024. Our goal is to approve all of those phase 2 contracts in January of 24. We'll go through a little bit of the process here. I don't want to belabor this, but again, in some of the things that we're doing and some of the challenges that we've had, not knowing the nutrient management plan and not knowing the specifics about a field, we couldn't decipher early on whether or not that field was even eligible for a practice. Once we go through and we have the nutrient management plan uploaded into My Farms, then My Farms will have the logic built in to say, hey, before you sign this field up, is it even eligible for the practice? So it should clean up a lot of our overall enrollment and give us a lot better completion rates as far as the program goes. Some of the things that we're excited about and where we started this discussion off originally was the reporting. As we look at the data that we'll have within the My Farms platform, it's going to afford us a couple different things. It's going to afford us the ability, number one, to track the practices down to the field level. We don't have any GIS correspondence to the individual practices now. I'll let you in behind the curtain. When we report our H2 Ohio location, the practice locations, they go to the mailing address for the producer that's enrolled in the program. That's the best system we had. I'll remember the first time we sent our data out to the H2 Ohio platform, and we had some H2 Ohio practices being applied to Florida, because that's where the mailing address for the landowner was. So we cleaned that data up, but the My Farms platform is going to allow us to do a lot better reporting. It's also going to give us an avenue by which we can actively aggregate the data based on a watershed, based on a county, based on political boundaries, and so forth. So we're really excited about that. It's also going to put ODA in a position where we can better assess the overall program impact. And that's really where we need to be, and that's where we want to be, is looking at the data, looking at the actual management across those acres, and put us in a position where we can assess program impact on a year-by-year basis. So we're really excited about that. Again, a pretty heavy lift here as far as this goes. We got a lot of software to develop and a lot of data to populate that system, but we're pretty confident on where we're at right now. So that is a very, very quick rundown on where we're at with H2 Ohio, and would love to answer any questions that I can.
Questions for Terry, please step towards the microphones.
Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit about the projected project to encourage use of manure on fields and making sure that we're, getting those distributed out across as much of the watershed as possible. Is H2 Ohio working with OSU or anybody else who's looking into the space of how do you separate out the nutrients in manure? How do you make it a little bit more like what the crop needs are, so that you don't have this situation where, manure kind of is what it is, and if you're applying, for instance, at a nitrogen crop removal rate, you're way overloading on your phosphorus?
We are. Ohio EPA, along with ODNR and ODA, are working on it's called the TAP program, the Technology Assessment Program, to look at processing manure and some of those sort of things. The one thing I will say, I've been working as a manure nutrient management person for the last 25 years. And the one thing I will say is across the board, we talk a lot about processing technology and some of those sort of things, and I apologize. You all are going to get a little bit of the Terry Mesher soapbox right now, but it's really, really fun to talk about new technology and new shiny stuff that can process manure into some sort of a better product. The challenge there is, at the end of the day, going through Grand Lake, St. Mary's, the distressed watershed rules, all the information that I've read through the last 20 years, for the producer and for the user of that manure ultimately, it has always, always, always been cheaper to spend that money on diesel fuel to move that manure a little bit farther away to a field that needs it, as opposed to try to process it, concentrate the nutrients, and then move them. That's not an attractive answer. It's not a sexy answer. It's not new, but that's the one consistent thing that we found. There are some technologies out there that are proving to have some potential, but at the end of the day, we've got to recognize that economics are going to drive all of this. And to date, it's my firm belief that when it comes to the manure within the watershed, and it doesn't matter, you can look at Mercer County, you can look at a region, you can look at the state as a whole. On any one of those levels, we have manure distribution problems and application challenges. We do not have an overabundance of manure, because we still, in order to make the crops that we expect every year, we still have to import those nutrients to realize that crop production. So,
Terry, from a gathering research standpoint, are Michigan and Indiana doing anything similar so that we have a total watershed picture of what Ohio is doing?
I cannot speak to Michigan and Indiana's program specifically. What I can say is, certainly within the space, there's been a lot of movement. But I will share that from my standpoint in a 30-year career, the conservation effort and the water quality effort has never enjoyed the kind of support that it's got from the state that it has over the last 5 years. I don't think there's a similar state-led effort nationally as to what Ohio is trying to put into action through the H2 Ohio program right now. And I don't know, I do not mean to offend anybody from Indiana or Michigan, but I'm not aware of any similar efforts overall. We're enjoying quite a bit of support from the state of Ohio at this point in time.
Thank you for giving us all this useful information about the details of how ODA is managing the H2 Ohio program. How will it be decided how effective this program is for reducing the amount of phosphorus that's getting into our water bodies? I heard the SWAT model will be used to some extent. Are there any other ways that this is going to be evaluated?
I think at this point, we're going to be relying heavily on the science community and the modeling community to give us that success story. The challenge is that, models only understand what is known. And, honestly, if you would have asked the folks in the agricultural industry and the conservation industry 5 years ago, how do you control phosphorus in a watershed? You control phosphorus in a watershed by controlling erosion. The Western Lake Erie Basin is a great example. Over the last 25, 30 years, and Laura Johnson's in the room, she could confirm this number, but I think I'm fairly close, where we've reduced sediment load coming in through the Maumee somewhere in the range of 20 to 30% over the last 30 years, roughly. Yet over that time, we've seen a total phosphorus drop, but our dissolved reactive phosphorus has gone up. So we only know what we know, and I think at ODA we're also looking to the science community to maybe better inform us and continue to develop those models so we can truly track that at a little bit better level. For us currently, the way that we're doing it is by practice implementation and trying to boost those baselines. And we know that with the practices that we're doing, we're taking us in the right direction. Is it the most efficient manner to do it? We don't have enough information to say, yeah, this practice is better than that practice, but we know in whole, in mass, we're taking things the right direction. Thank you very much.
So with that, I'm going to ask all the speakers from the afternoon session to come up and just have a few more minutes if there's any questions for any of the speakers before we move towards wrapping up. Ed, do you have a question?
Sorry, it's probably a broad question that maybe focuses more on the last panel. We've talked a lot about the growing pains, and I appreciate people talking about the emergence of these new programs. And I'm just curious if anyone has a vision that goes more than the next 2-year budget cycle, that looks at maybe 10 years, 20 years, to get back on your soapbox again. Can we just decompress from a state budget towards what might this be leading towards?
From a long-term perspective, and I am talking from what I've heard over the last many years. So this is by no way inside information, but there had been talk about funding H2 Ohio through a bond initiative. Thank you. I was blanking there a little bit. Much as Clean Ohio is funded by a bond issue where it sets out stable funding for a 10-year period, there has been discussion about funding H2 Ohio in that manner. Honestly, I have not kept up with the nuts and bolts of that discussion. I don't know if that's the direction that we're going or not. What I will say is that there is, when this economy for Ohio takes a downturn, some of this support that H2 Ohio that we're enjoying for water quality will certainly have to be reevaluated. So, but that's what I know.
Times is the being looking at newer practices like phosphorus removal structures or cascading waterways, similar to NRCS programs where they make room for these newer practices through their conservation innovation grants. Do you see H2 Ohio, especially the future H2 Ohio program, to be kind of more promoting the development of newer practices that are more directly focused on phosphorus removal or reduction?
Yeah, I do. I mean, overall, within the H2 Ohio program, ODA can be pretty nimble as far as reacting to those sort of things, and we can certainly support specific structural practices or other management practices as they become understood and well recognized. I think some of the challenges that we have when we start to look at a new practice and we start to look at, an effort that covers 24 counties or the entire state of Ohio, the overall mechanism and the system to deploy that practice becomes one of my central concerns is, okay, we got a practice, do we have a siting assessment? Do we have some of those other pieces in place? Because when we start to go to that part of it, we're not talking about deploying 1 or 2 practices or designing 1 or 2 of them. We're talking about designing 400 or 500 of them. So we can be nimble, but I think from my standpoint, as we look at that, we're also going to be fairly deliberate to make sure that we can deliver the practices and deliver on what we're saying we can. So.
Hey, Terry, just one more. Tom Henry at the Toledo Blade. I just want to make sure I understand your point near the end. Given all the controversy there's been about manure, are you guys, and everyone knows the trend, there's been less commercial fertilizer and more manure for several years. But given the controversy of manure, are you saying now that ODA as a matter of policy, is going to promote greater use of manure to help farmers save more money. And I assume that would not be necessarily statewide, but in areas that could conceivably take more manure. Or did I hear that wrong?
Well, I guess I don't want to get into a grandiose ODA policy because that's not my position, number one. But I guess the way we're looking at manure is manure are nutrients that are already in the watershed. And what we want to do is maximize the use of those nutrients and those resources to produce crops to replace commercial fertilizers. Those commercial fertilizers, if they're not imported, if they're not brought in, they won't be applied in the watershed. So by taking that manure and replacing commercial fertilizers, we're reducing the overall load, the overall phosphorus volume, the overall pounds of phosphorus or nitrogen that are applied in the watershed. So that's our take on as far as the manure goes.
As a follow-up to that, isn't the Anderson still producing commercial fertilizer? I know a lot of the ingredients come from overseas, and that was a supply chain issue that, drove up prices. But, I thought there was still some commercial fertilizer being made in Ohio.
There might be, again, as a practitioner, I might not have all the details right. There might be some blending, there might be some constituents or other versions of fertilizer that are being manufactured in the state of Ohio. But the raw materials for that are coming in from out of state or out of country. A lot of our phosphorus is coming in from Canada or from Florida, I believe. Potassium is coming from different sources worldwide. And that's where we're getting at, is trying to take that and reduce that overall import of phosphorus into the watershed, whether it's a finished product or the raw materials to make a finished product.
All right, I think I can tie 3 of our talks together. Maybe I can work Craig into here. But John told us about two-stage ditches. As Mita mentioned, it's not in the SWAP modeling yet, but it might be. And now H2 Ohio ODA is going to be supporting some two-stage ditches. Is that correct, Terry?
Yeah, we put out an RFP in 2022, and we're under contract for about 8 miles of two-stage ditches that will be constructed in calendar year 23 and 24. And we currently have an RFP out statewide, and our goal there is to construct about another 11 miles of two-stage ditches statewide, with a priority of bringing those completed projects into Northwest Ohio if we have the interest.
Okay, with that, one more final round of applause. Oh, one more question or comment here, it looks like.
Yeah, a comment, if I could. Barry Fanning of the Andersons. So anyway, yes, we do still make fertilizer. Happy to support ag. Happy to work with H2 Ohio. But any industry almost that you talk about imports from out of the state. We don't mine a whole lot in Ohio. And so saying that we're going to not bring in anything except from Ohio really is going to shut down our economy. So it's a interesting perspective to say that we're just going to work locally. It's possible you'd shut down a lot of ag. So, all of our manufacturing, all of our industry is that way. So it's an odd perspective.
By no means am I proposing to shut down all the import of phosphorus. If we look at a mass balance, and Greg LaBarge brought that up earlier, as we look at the livestock numbers and the phosphorus yielded from their manure would lead ODA to believe that we have enough manure generated in the watershed to probably satisfy 20 to 25% of the crop production in the watershed. Yeah. Certainly, I'm not advocating that we should eliminate any import.
There's any number of sustainability issues. So absolutely, all of the discussion we saw about the legacy phosphorus and whatnot. I mean, there's a crazy amount of material if we can develop a way to make that happen. So, yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that yes, the Andersons does still make fertilizer.
Thank you. One more final round of applause for our speakers this afternoon. And with that, Chris and I are going to give a combined thanks to a lot of people that it took to make this event happen. First of all, we want to give a big thank you to you, the audience, for coming today, driving through the rain, and for those of you online, thank you very much for supporting this event again. Secondly, we need to thank our sponsors again, and Chris is going to go through those.
Yeah, just again, so at the Maumee level, Joyce Foundation, Lake Area Protection Fund, the Herb Family Foundation, OSU's College of Food, Ag, and Environmental Sciences, at the Auglaize, National Wildlife Federation, Great Lakes Commission, TNC, and at the Blanchard level, Ohio Soybean, Ohio Dairy Producers Association, American Dairy Association Midwest, Ohio Farm Bureau, Ohio Corn and Wheat, and Limnotech. So thanks again, sponsors, for your support of the program.
And one more note, it looks like we still have a few hundred maps over here from the Herb Foundation. They're very colorful and they clearly show all the different watersheds of the Great Lakes. I have one in my office, so I recommend it, right over here. Thank you also to the speakers for presenting today and attending today. Couldn't happen without them. Several others who made this event possible, those at the Stranahan to set up and host this event. Caterers that delivered the lunch today, thank you. Joe, the man behind the curtain. Shalise Simmons, Lily, and Aaron from Sea Grant, thank you so much for your efforts to organize this whole event and keep myself and Chris in line. Tom Henry, thank you for coming to cover this event. What a nice article on the Blade. Two more things. There's a survey we would love for you to fill out. We do look at the survey and decide what topics to talk about next year, how hot or cold to have the room next year, so please give us feedback on the event. Chris has one last remark.
Yeah, just on the survey, it was emailed to you, so you should have it in your inbox, but also there's a QR code on the agenda, so use either one of those. Last one for you academics rolling around or grad students. We officially also have in the biennial budget 2 more years of funding for the Ohio Department of Higher Education Harmful Algal Bloom Research Initiative. That's $2.5 million in each, absolutely, in each fiscal year. And so the agency folks that are in the room and that I get to work with on a regular basis, they are the individuals that set the priorities. So the questions and the research that they need to have to inform the implementation of the H2O practices on the ground, a lot of that research comes from the Ohio Department of Higher Education. So thank you to Chancellor Gardner, Deputy Chancellor Charles C., the governor and the legislature, but we will have $5 million again over the next 2 fiscal years to support research to inform H2O Ohio boots on the ground. We are hoping, I will be having a conversation with the agencies this week and into next week, we are hoping for an RFP to be on the streets ASAP. So be on the lookout for another call for research proposals. And with that, Jay, anything else? Safe trip home. Take care, everybody.